It's a Wednesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, buddy? Or female buddy,
Doing
I'm sorry.
good, buddy.
We're all thrown off. Kimmy and I were arguing. She forgot to turn the mics up on time. That was my fault because we're arguing about who's got the best gossip in the building. And the answer is not who Kimmy says they do. It is... I mean, it's funny, man. We're like celebrating an 84-degree day.
Yes.
Oh, it's cooling down to 84.
It's down 10 degrees.
71 degrees right now. It's going to be partly cloudy, and then tomorrow the rain show up, which is good.
Oh, yeah, we could use it, buddy.
But I say we can't. Even with all the heat, like the ground is still soaked from those rains last week. But, tomorrow will be your golden day, rain and 75. Soak that in.
Okay.
Enjoy that weather, and hopefully we stop bursting into flames when we walk outside. Can I talk to you guys about something with my wife?
Yeah, sure.
And here's the thing. Everyone listening, be cool.
Yeah.
Everyone be cool.
I'm cool.
Last night, I'm getting ready for bed, and my wife, who was outside working on her plants.
Yeah, the garden.
Yeah. She comes inside. She goes, I feel like I should let you know what just happened outside.
What the hell happened?
Okay. So, according to my wife, two women in skirts walked up the driveway.
Huh.
Mormons.
It's never a good sign.
No.
It's always like, this is going to be a long conversation, isn't it?
Yeah. So, Mormon women. So, I knew we had a problem right up front because she tells me these two girls in skirts walk up the driveway. And I go, oh, Mormons. And she goes, no, they told me that they don't call themselves Mormons. That was a name put on them. They belong to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Oh, okay.
That seems much longer to say that.
It is, and that's a true thing. It's
they already had the checks printed. So.
Well, here's like we're in our room.
Yeah.
No one.
Yeah.
There's no Mormons here.
Yeah.
No one's gonna get upset. So my wife then tells me, my wife is a very kind person, polite person, and she tells me that she talked to these girls for like 10 minutes.
Oh yeah.
In our yard. 10 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. And that's bad enough because, like, you've read the book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie.
Yep.
Okay. Right? If you let someone from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints talk to you for a little while, they're going to want to keep coming back.
And anybody that walks up your driveway with a clipboard.
Yeah.
No matter what's going on.
I'm with you.
Do not engage them.
I'm with you. So my wife then tells me, well, she had to go inside. And when she told the girls, the women outside, that she had to go inside, they had asked her, do you mind if we come back sometime? To which my wife responded, sure.
Yeah, let's get together again and I'll, cook something.
So I freaked out.
Yeah.
And I go, do you realize what you've just done? Yeah. And she's like, what? I'm
You're on the list.
We're on a list.
Yep.
We're on a Mormon
list. You're
list.
on that clipboard now, buddy.
I'm going to have Donny Osmond knocking on my front door.
Well, that would be cool.
No, it wouldn't.
I would listen to Donny Osmond for 10 minutes.
Okay. And you're in the Church of Jesus
Maria,
Christ.
12 minutes.
Kimmy doesn't know who Maria. It's Marie, not Maria.
By the way, she looks phenomenal.
Can we calm down over there?
Her body and her face
are.
are.
Saw her.
What's that?
When was the last time you saw either of them?
She's in a pharmaceutical that runs at night.
all the hottest of television appearances, a pharmaceutical ad.
She's pretty tight, bro. But anyway,
my wife invited these Mormon girls back to the house because she didn't know how to not talk to them.
Yes.
It's so hard because I know your wife was just trying to be polite.
Yeah, you don't want to be rude.
Because it's two young girls and they come in super polite, so it's like it's hard to fight the urge to be nice.
Okay. Can I ask a sincere question?
Yeah.
Because, look, man, whatever religion, that doesn't bother me. Like, you do you, as long as you're not hurting anybody else. Just, I don't have to hear about it, right? It's not.
But it's a sales pitch.
Okay, yes, I know. They're trying to convert people, which I explained to my wife, and she's like, no.
Yes, that's all it is a sales pitch.
Why else would they do it? They're not selling you a timeshare.
Yeah, right.
So, like, okay, but to your point, like the whole, like, you have to be nice.
Yeah.
Why? Why do you have to be nice?
I don't know. It's just
she wants to support
nature.
young women, maybe?
No, that did not come out of her mouth at all.
Right.
It's not so much that. I mean, it's like you said, it's usually like kids, right? Like
so
teenage,
she said these girls
like
were in
younger,
their like early
young
20s.
adults.
Like college kids.
And you don't... Again, they come in so friendly and so nice that you feel like you're being an ass by like being rude to them.
But what's wrong with being an ass in that situation? Because, look, again, if this works for you, I'm happy for you. God bless, right? But I want no part of this, one.
Yeah.
I know what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
I don't want you back at my house again. Why is it inappropriate for me if they will not take the hint for me to be rude in that situation? Is it inappropriate?
I think you just say no thanks and walk away. If they start not getting the hint, then I think you can be an ass.
No, yeah, I'm not saying like right, shut up, stupid.
No, but I think you give them no thanks, I'm good. And then if they keep going, then I think you could just unload on them.
I just don't get why my wife didn't say no thanks, I'm good. Because I think we're Mormon now.
It also sucks because she was outside, and so she was caught off guard. So it's not like she could avoid them in the first place, right? Like she was already out there.
Yeah, but you could just say no thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No thank you.
And unloading on somebody, it make you feel good. Like that misdirected anger, like you got it inside you. You just take it out on them for a minute. And then you thank them.
Okay, then you just got to hope that they didn't pick the right religion. So, like, if you die and go to heaven one day, that's
seriously.
getting played back. Like your Albert Brooks.
Need a little
Every
insurance.
day I wake up and pray that there is no God.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Last night, my wife, trying to be polite, working out in her garden, not only engaged with two women from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Mormons, she invited them back to the house because she didn't know what to say when they asked, can we come back, when she was trying to leave. So, I'm explaining it like they keep records. They wrote our address down as like a maybe.
Sucker.
Yeah, like possibly. And like, she gets home late.
Yeah.
So I know I'll be in the middle of my nap.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be in the middle of my nap one day, and I'm going to bing bong, and I'm going to have to go downstairs, and there's going to be two guys, white shirts, black pants, tucked in.
Bicycles.
Hey, so many bicycles. And now here's the thing. Now I can't be a dick because my wife invited them back.
Right.
Like in the first scenario, if they don't catch the hint, I can be a dick. But because they were invited back, they're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they're just doing what my wife said. Fine. And like, here's the other thing
What's
too,
that?
man. Like, there's an easy way out of this if they show up. I could say, hey, listen, my wife did not understand what was happening, and please don't come back. But then it makes me look like I'm like belittling my wife, which I don't mean to be, even though that's exactly what happened.
All right, so you could take another tack
Okay, what
and say, listen, I too am in religion, and this is cool. Could you come help me finish off this sacrifice?
So, see, that's a lot of people think that talking religion, your religion, will make them go away. That's a common
They're
mistake.
prepared for that.
Yeah, they want that.
Yeah.
That sacrifice?
No, they don't
no.
want your sacrifice. They want to come in and talk about your religion.
Well, somebody's got to hold the goat.
Okay. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jamie. Hey, Jamie, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, Duffy. How are you?
Good, man. What do you got?
All right. So first, I grew up in Palmyra, so that's where that whole religion started. And I promise you, every day, at least twice a week, you get Mormons coming to your door. I'm sorry, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints or whatever they're called now. But what's really funny is when I was a Marine down at Camp Lejeune, they actually came to the barracks.
Man, you
That's
think the
funny.
security would be a little bit better there, Jamie?
Yeah, you would think. But what takes the cake is when they came to my door, in particular, I told them, the football team used to run through your Sacred Grove and run your hill and everything else, and they just went away. Sometimes you just got to be blunt, point blank, and just tell them, not interested, please go away.
No, I mean, that makes sense to me. I just don't get how my wife was like, sure. New religion, why not? We'll talk about it. Jamie, good to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the call, man.
Hey, take care, buddy.
All right,
You got to
there
go
goes Jamie.
full leather neck on their ass.
I don't want you. By the way, hey, little secret to folks trying to get onto Army bases, apparently. Marine bases. Dan writes us.
Yeah.
You were talking about Marie Osmond. He says, I've met Marie a few times. Tommy is correct. Calm down, Dan. It's not horn up.
She fine, man.
Bro, she's like 70.
No, she's like my age.
Kimmy? Yeah, like 70.
I'm in about my super late 40s.
Bro, you can't even see 40 in 4 rearview mirrors.
She's 65.
Yeah, she's my age.
Yeah.
And she's tight.
Okay. Please stop. By the
Why?
way, this is
Why can't I be horny for a woman of my age who was a superstar?
into a microphone at 6:15 in the morning. I'm not ready for this, man. We're just getting warmed up, okay? We're just getting warmed up, and I don't need to think about you.
Trying to take your mind off of Mormons.
For God's sakes, fantasizing about a woman who had a reality or a variety show with her little brother.
Yes.
I'm a little bit country. Tommy wants a J.O. to me. All right, so listen. I highly doubt there are any members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, like high in the church,
Yeah.
control, like, that are listening.
I hope not.
But if you are,
Just for the church's sake.
if you are one of those people,
Yeah.
and you control who shows up where,
Yeah.
please don't come back to my house.
All right.
Because we're not.
You went out the call list.
Yes, you guys, you do you.
All
Happy
right.
for you that you're happy.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm good in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Underwear you have to wear specifically at all times. No caffeine, no nicotine, no alcohol. That's not me. That is not my
Yeah.
style, right?
It's a lot to give up.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
That's a long life of door knocking, man.
Also, I would love to see,
I want to know the percentage of people
Thank
that
you.
they convert.
Thank you.
I'm
It's gotta
dying
be
to
low.
know.
Of course it's low.
It has to be super low.
Like you would think, like at this point, like they've turned to Facebook or something, because I think you could like get a lot of people that way.
It kind of feels like they're just doing this to kill time.
All right.
Maybe.
Right? Like if they did Facebook, they'd get to everyone on Facebook in like 5 days.
Yeah, true.
Okay.
Because, like, I'm a big, like, sports stats nerd.
Yeah.
And I'm all about efficiency. Like, you can't tell me they convert more than 1% of the people whose doors they knock.
Or even
that.
like what percentage of people just stop to hear them out?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Even more bizarre. So they're not the only religion that door knocks, right? Like Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were big
Yeah.
for a while.
Kimmy, can you Google this to make sure my memory is correct? Jehovah's Witnesses, I believe, only believe that like 180,000 people will ever get into heaven.
Yeah, it's like a music festival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's limited.
Yeah.
But like if that's the case,
And then the rest, what happens to everybody else?
I don't know. I did not get that
You
far.
would think they're already at their max then, right?
Well, no, because they know who's coming.
Only 144,000.
144,000. Okay. So, yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses will knock on your door and try and convert you.
Yeah.
If I'm in this church and I know only 144,000 of us are getting into heaven,
Yeah.
I'm not knocking on any more doors.
Right.
Everyone I
Sold out.
Yes, thank you. Everyone
Yeah.
I convert, I
Seriously.
would think lowers my percentage
Yes.
of getting in the building,
Yes.
right?
You're screwing yourself
It's like getting
over.
tickets to a general admission concert and being like, come on, everybody.
So I think somebody at some point who owned my house before us was a Jehovah's Witness, because we still get all the flyers.
Is that the
all
are they the Watchtower?
mail. What?
I don't know.
I think that one of them is the Watchtower, which is in New York City, somewhere.
Oh, all along it over there.
What's that?
All along, right there.
The Watchtower? Yeah,
all
yes,
along that
yeah,
Watchtower.
yeah. With Jimmy.
Well, I was thinking, I'm more of a Dylan Watchtower guy.
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
Kimmy, you were saying, I'm sorry.
No, I was just
As
saying.
we do jokes that nobody gets.
No, I was just saying, like, they still, and it had to be somebody like way in the past that owned my house that was a Jehovah's Witness, because I don't recognize the name on any of it. But they still flood our mailbox. And,
Always be selling. You got to keep
Yeah.
pushing.
Always be Pacellan.
Yes.
ABPS.
Selling. Got to close, baby.
You were right. It is the Watchtower.
Is it the Watchtower?
with
Yeah.
Jehovah's
But I think it's in New York, right?
Official
Yeah.
magazine of teachings, blah, 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 blah. All right, we got a dynamite. Do you, man? You do you.
All right.
And just let me be. Kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, hate.
Yep, Hate Man of the Week coming at you. A man with a very powerful job in a town in our area busted after he admitted to stealing from a school.
Yeah.
He stole from a school district while working as the chief of police.
Mm-hmm.
And we got into a fiery debate here because I am one personally who believes, Tommy, if you have a powerful job like that, you should be held to a higher standard.
Yes.
You do not believe that.
Well, because I also thought there was some wiggle room in this particular situation.
No, you invented wiggle.
Well, that's how you get wiggle room.
But
You
see-
invent it.
But see, here's the thing. The man who heard our break and wrote us this letter took your wiggle room to heart.
Well, he understands delegating authority.
And he takes your argument further because chiefs of police, they make pretty good salaries.
Yeah.
Right? And the money that was taken from the school by this guy that he pleaded guilty to, not that much money in comparison.
Yeah.
So because he didn't need the money, it's not that big a deal.
Okay.
We'll get into it just after 8 o'clock here at the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Thomas.
Yeah, what's going on?
This is a you have always said you don't trust someone who doesn't drink.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think
Men
this-
especially.
Okay.
Why?
No, well, there's an interesting story of a gentleman who never had a drink in his life,
Ever. Which is weird.
who in a matter of 3 days may have become a legitimate alcoholic.
Wait, he went from 0 to 60?
I'll tell you the story
No kidding.
next here with the break room. Let's see CMF. You are not legally allowed to have a drink of alcohol in this country until you're 21 years old.
That's right, buddy.
But that rarely happens for people.
Yeah.
You have a sip before. And here's the thing.
Experiment.
Most people that wait until 21 to drink don't really drink at all.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the case we have here.
Okay.
Right? Except this man, it seems, has bucked the trend.
What happened?
Well, as soon as he tasted it, he loved it.
He likey.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, there is a business that announced it's closing yesterday, and it might be our fault.
Oh, really?
We brought them up around this time yesterday, talked about this fantastic new thing they were doing to try and bring more customers in, and literally hours later, they're like, yeah, we're not doing anything anymore.
Oh.
And here's the thing. The fact that this location is closing, it's sad, but it's not so much a loss as it is surprising that they've been able to last selling this in this town for as long as they have.
Okay.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So the Oklahoma City Thunder won the NBA championship this week.
Yeah.
Right? And a member of the Oklahoma City Thunder, his name is Jalen Williams, had more riding on the game than just a trophy.
What's that?
Jalen Williams is 24 years old, and he had never taken a sip of alcohol in his life.
Man, that's strict.
So in interviews in the past, he said that he had never given in to peer pressure, something that never appealed to him, despite the fact that all of his teammates all the time were always trying to get him to drink.
Clean living.
You got it. And he made a deal with his teammate. He said if they won the championship, and this was in the middle of the season, he would finally try alcohol.
All right.
Well, they did. And in the locker room after the game,
Yeah.
It got a little taste.
well, yeah, he did. He said he tried shots,
Yeah.
beer, and champagne.
All
That's a lot
Jesus.
to
Yeah.
kick it off.
So then, in an interview after the show, after the celebration on SportsCenter, he said that he thought all of it was disgusting and that he was done.
Oh.
Well, something changed in the day between the victory and the victory parade because there is a video of Jalen Williams, a man who had never drank alcohol in his life before, 24 hours before, getting off the bus for the parade, holding 2 bottles of the high-end champagne Moet and 2 bottles of Don Julio tequila.
Oh, man.
Damn.
What a
Wait, so he had
combo.
4 bottles in his hand.
4 bottles of liquor, 2 champagne, 2 tequila.
He was just
Damn.
helping carry it.
You think that's what it is?
I don't know.
So apparently the bottles were free for the players.
Yeah.
Is it possible he was just like taking it home to have in case somebody else came over, which would be the cheapest effing thing you could do?
Yeah, but he's a kid.
But
Yeah.
he's 24. He's not
Yeah.
a
Or
kid.
he's 24, and I guess if you haven't really drank till that point, you might really not know what to buy for
Yeah.
yourself. So maybe he's like, well, this must be good stuff.
Well,
So
it is. I mean, it's being paid for.
But that's what I'm saying. Like he's, you know.
So was he
it's just
drunk
easier.
getting out the bus, or
So,
just, he just walking out
It
the bus?
looked like he just had the bottles in his hand, and this is when the parade started. So if he was going to take them home, he would have to carry 4 bottles of liquor through a whole championship
Yeah.
parade to bring them back to his house.
Right.
You are a millionaire, man. Could you Google what his Jalen Williams salary or contract in the NBA is? Thank you. Do you remember the age you took your first drink?
Oh, I was a little kid. I mean, I can remember at cocktail parties sneaking sips of people's drink.
At what? Like,
I bet you I was 7,
okay.
6 or 7. And that's far back as I can remember.
That makes sense. Kimmy, do you remember the age you took your first drink of alcohol?
I know I had sips of stuff prior to this, but I remember like the first time like I drank on my own, I was probably like 15 or 16.
Okay. Because I was 14.
Yeah.
And I think everybody remembers that first time, right? Because you're doing something you shouldn't be doing.
Yeah.
All right. Now, knowing that the age of legally drinking alcohol is 21, and that is the age you should wait until, what age do you expect the average person to have their first drink of alcohol?
I'm thinking teenager. Like I got like my grandkids, right? I'm assuming 15, 16 they're going to
Start to get curious.
Well,
cigarettes, all that stuff.
I don't think cigarettes are going to exist.
You find your friend's garage beer fridge.
Yeah. Yeah, weed would show up. It's about that time.
Okay. But it's funny, though, you say teenager. There is a huge difference between a 14-year-old drinking and a 17-year-old drinking. And I know it's only a matter of 3 years, but watching a 14-year-old in the beer with his hand versus like a senior in high school with a beer in his hand, there is a stark.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a little kid.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, it says kid who was drinking at 6.
Well, sippy sips.
Your dad's business partner was buying you pony cans of beer at.
Oh, I was I think 10.
Jalen Williams' contract?
4-year, $20 million. and
Wow.
change.
If he was carrying around 3 bottles of booze to bring home.
I would have if I lived in Oklahoma City, I would have to be an alcoholic at 24 years old.
All right, so here's the thing. This kid does not take a sip of alcohol until he's 24 years
Yeah,
old.
which is amazing being an athlete at that level
Yeah.
and all the temptation that's out there in college, and
Right.
high
Absolutely.
school.
Absolutely. Do you judge a 24-year-old who doesn't drink?
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Unless you're super religious,
Okay.
that you abstain from that with all that. To my point, that all that temptation.
No, but like you're complimenting him while saying you also judge him.
Yes,
How does that work?
I'm amazed.
But you judge.
Yeah, because you missed out on all. There is sneaking around drinking as a kid was fun. Like get one over on your parents and in your school and stuff like that. That was all sneaking off, skipping school, getting high, getting drunk was fun.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Can I offer a counterpoint? And I say this, being the same guy you were when I was a kid. How do you know that people that weren't drinking weren't also having fun?
Because that's the best they're gonna feel all day, man. When they wake up, it doesn't work that way. You gotta experiment.
Okay, but
Yeah,
you,
but that,
you don't
that but that sober person also saw everybody acting like a-holes. Like, it was fun when you were the a-hole and everybody else was drunk around you. But,
Yeah.
like, I'm wondering if, like, that kid that chose not to drink or that girl that chose not to drink, like, if she kind of saw that as, like, they think they're cool, but they're not.
You sound like every 80s teen
Yes.
PSA.
What do you think they call it, dope man?
Joey's in a jam. What do we do?
Like my first sexual experience, I had alcohol in it. You know what I mean? Like I was getting drunk with her and we had sex.
Okay.
And I remember like scoring the beer, sneaking it in the car, going to the Burt Reynolds Park.
Classic.
Oh, yeah. And, that whole thing was fun.
But alcohol was not necessary for that.
No, but it made you feel
but
adult.
for you, yes, absolutely.
I think she needed it just to get the taste out of her mouth.
For God's sake.
That's what she said.
Jesus.
It's
Yeah, that's what she said,
6:35 in the
Oh, my
morning.
God.
That's what she said.
Are we going from
Jesus?
Marie Osmond to this?
No, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it was all part of the play.
No, I get it. I live the same.
But, like, to not have that.
But again, you have no idea what the other side is like.
Okay.
Like, for you to sit here and be like, well, it's disappointing because he had no fun. You don't know that. I mean, the guy made it to the NBA.
Oh, listen, I'm sure, but.
How many professional sports careers have we seen derailed by substance abuse?
Yeah, I know.
This guy didn't know. I love how you totally dismiss it. Yeah, whatever. No, like we can sit here and name 50 guys between drugs and alcohol that could have been something that were never something. This guy has reached the pinnacle of his career.
Yep.
And you're sitting here going, lame bitch.
I remember there weren't many, but there was like one or two kids I knew growing up that chose not to drink. Like, they still went to the parties, had access to it all, and
Wow.
for whatever reason I don't know if they were maybe a little scared to try it or what the story was, but they never drank. And I think even now as adults they're really not big drinkers. Like, they never really developed a taste for it, or they just choose not to. And I don't think it's like a religious thing or a moral thing. They just
Clean living.
never really got into it, I
Clean
guess.
living, Pat.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing. All of this kind of tracks with data we've seen lately.
Like what?
Again, we're talking about Jalen Williams. He's 24 years old. He plays for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Up until 2 days ago, he had never had a sip of alcohol in his life. And his teammates were peer pressuring the hell out of him since he started in Oklahoma City to drink. And he made a deal that if they won the NBA championship, we made this deal in the middle of the season, he would try alcohol for the first time. They did, and he did. He had shots, beer, and champagne. Then a day later, he was seen getting off the bus for the parade holding 2 bottles of Moet, the high-end champagne, and 2 bottles of Don Julio tequila. We've seen several studies that show Gen Z and Gen Alpha drink far less than we did when we were kids. I mean, he's 24 years old. That'd be Gen Z, right, Kimmy?
It's probably getting close. I think it's still Gen Z.
But, I mean, it makes sense that him being of that younger set isn't
Yeah.
drinking.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
I would be afraid to drink with that guy, though. Like, I'm thinking as a young adult and being around another young adult who had never drank up until that point, they're not going to know their limit.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're going to
I
get.
would fear, you don't know how
he
this is
handles
going
it.
to end. You may feel responsibility to, like, make sure they don't overdo it.
All valid.
But, some people have that switch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like that's a completely different person over
And they
there.
don't know it yet. They
No.
don't really, they haven't gotten a feel for it.
You mean like a guy that had a shot, a couple of beers and champagne and getting off a bus with 2 bottles of champagne and 2 bottles of
Be a
tequila?
little nervous for that guy.
So like the other thing about this story, like right now it's funny and cute. Right?
Yeah.
Everyone's laughing at it. You gotta hope to God that this guy doesn't develop some kind of
Right.
issue. Because if he
The
does,
story isn't cute anymore.
not funny. Like, hey, all
Hey,
of
that
you,
championship changed your life, not for the better.
everyone on that Thunder team is a monster for unlocking this disease inside this kid.
That's a good point.
Right?
Yeah.
So just don't judge people for living a lifestyle that doesn't fit your lifestyle.
This doesn't make sense.
Okay.
And I feel bad for them.
Yeah, you should feel bad for them, says man whose body is shutting down and your face
Not
looks like
shutting
that.
down.
How many pills are you on?
All of them.
Okay. Let's take a break. This might be our fault.
Whatever.
There is a business that announced yesterday it is shutting down for good. And it came mere hours after we talked about this new thing that they were doing to try and get people back in the door.
Yeah.
And this break is less a sad that it's going away and more amazing that this many locations lasted this long in this area because we are known for this.
So they in trouble nationwide?
I don't know,
Okay.
but we'll tell you what we have here locally,
All right.
and we'll do it all next here in the break room on CM. we may have done something bad.
Yeah.
A jinx.
Uh-oh.
Because yesterday we brought up this place and discussed this new promotion they were doing to bring people back to their restaurant.
Yeah.
And today, they're closed forever.
Damn.
And this story may be less about another chain restaurant closing in our area and more about how this place was able to have this many locations here for as long as they did.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. Speaking of food, not so much going out, but staying in. You know, they say that a meal cooked by someone else always tastes better.
Yeah.
Scientifically proven. So, you know, you're not going to be particular about someone that's going to make something for you. This is a bad take on your part. This is a bad take.
No, it ain't,
okay.
bro.
You can have this take, but I promise you, more people listening to this show would be excited for this.
You wouldn't be excited for this one.
I'm telling you, man, this is experience. This is knowledge.
Yeah, but you take it too far.
In this town especially, more folks would go, ooh, instead of, ooh, to what is bothering you.
Okay.
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So yesterday around 6:25, we told you how Buffalo Wild Wings was rolling out an all-you-can-eat app menu to get customers back into the restaurant. And a few hours after we talked about that,
what happened?
They announced they are closing. Well, not the entire chain, just the location on Ridge Road in Greece. That specific location has been open for over a decade.
Yeah.
And the day that we talked about it, hours later, they shut down.
It tanks.
Yeah, forever. So Buffalo Wild Wings has had a presence in Rochester for around 25 years.
Really?
The Henrietta location shut down like 7 years ago. There is a single Buffalo Wild Wings left in our area.
One left.
That is out in Webster.
Yeah.
And no one wants to see a business close.
No.
Right? I mean, people are going to be looking for jobs now. It sucks. That being said, it is pretty amazing that a chain wing restaurant was able to have at one point 3 locations at the same time in the greater Rochester area.
It is. And they advertise like crazy.
I mean, those commercials with the giant buffalo are pretty good.
Yeah, but I mean, they're on constantly.
Well, yeah, because we're constantly watching sports,
Yes.
man. Look, I know we're not Buffalo,
Yeah.
but we're pretty particular about our wings,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say snobby. There was a time.
There was a wing time.
Thank you. Where during the pandemic, some places were selling chicken wings at market price like they were lobster.
Yeah.
And B-Dubs, Buffalo Wild Wings, they held our attention.
Yeah.
It's a great place to watch a sporting event. Their commercials, like you said, they sell it right. Their screens everywhere. And if you're looking for a good college football experience, you are not disappointed in that place. But the rise of the chain chicken wing place in general is a little surprising.
Yeah, I thought so too, because there's a million sports bars that do the same thing.
Thank you.
Like every town's got them.
Yes. And here's the thing. Buffalo Wild Wings is not the first national chain. We also now have Wingstop in the greater Rochester
Oh, I
area.
forgot about Wingstop.
In fact, Wingstop opened at the mall in Grease Ridge, which may have actually played a factor in Buffalo Wild Wings.
Probably
could
didn't
have,
help.
yeah.
Street. Yeah, right.
We overwinged.
But like to your point, every sit-down restaurant in Rochester
Yeah.
offers their version of wings.
Mm-hmm.
Every chain pizza place offers
Oh,
their
yeah.
wings. Then you have places like KFC, Dave's Hot Chicken, Popeyes, the national chicken places.
You can get them at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Hot.
Okay, well.
But you can.
No, I mean-
I know you're a snob, but you can go to Tops or Wegmans and get chicken wings.
No, I mean, they exist.
They're
not,
delicious.
They're, okay.
Quality.
No, they would be good in any other city.
They're good in this city, buddy.
No, they're not good. No, they're good, but compared to the other stuff, they're not.
You sound like some snob on a travel channel. Let me tell you something. Where I get my wings, we go to...
You know you're doing an impression of yourself, right?
Like he's just talking like him.
I know.
I mean, Kimmy, am I wrong?
What about?
Well, she's the wing queen.
I mean, like, what in particular are you?
Wegmans wings.
Oh no, he's not wrong.
You're out.
Again, they're not bad, but like if I'm gonna order wings, like I want them extra crispy. I want like that.
Tell them.
At the buffet when it's sitting out there?
No, they got the guys at the pizza.
Hey, the guy in the bag of the pizza. No, it's not.
Oh, boy. Wing boy.
It's not this. They're just, it's fine. Like,
Okay.
you can enjoy them. And here's the thing.
Like everybody
you don't
kinda
even
orders,
eat them.
Yeah, and everybody when they get wings, like they kind of order them a certain way based on their own preference. Whereas like you can't really do that so much with the grocery store wings.
No, but like with this discussion,
Yeah.
right, we're having about Wegmans and Tops in particular. Like those chain places, the chain pizza places, KFC, Popeyes. I always wonder who in this town orders their wings from those spots.
Yeah, whenever I see that on a menu, I'm like, what is the percentage of people that come to this place and order chicken wings here. Again, in this town especially.
Yeah, because I get like in, Gary, Indiana, or,
If you're going out for wings.
But they probably have wing places too, like all over the country.
Yeah, but we do it like really good. We're known for chicken
Yeah, I
wings.
mean, it started here. I get it.
It's like Philly cheesesteaks. Like we have places here that do Philly cheesesteaks really good. Philly Steakout is an amazing steak place, right? But I'm not going to get snobby about getting a Philly cheesesteak sandwich from a DeBella's or like a sit-down restaurant or something like that. Whereas if I'm in Philly and I walk into Applebee's and I get their version of a Philly cheesesteak, someone's going to spit right in my face.
It's delicious. They do the research.
It probably is. Just not when you
They send those guys down to Philly to study.
At the Philly Applebee's?
Yeah, they send them across the street.
Like if I went to Philly, we went to Philly, and we went to Applebee's, and I ordered a Philly cheesesteak in Applebee's, you would laugh in my face.
Yeah, of course I would.
That is the same thing as ordering wings from Wegmans or Popeyes here. No, am I wrong? 252 WCMF? And like we're not even talking about, we haven't even gotten to the dedicated wing places like Sales or Country Sweet or Chicken Out or Chick Magnet here in Rochester.
Does Chicken Out do wings?
Yeah, they do wings.
I did not know that.
Yeah. You get tendies, you can get wings, you can get a full chicken.
Look at that.
Damn, a full chicken.
Okay, I did. It takes a little longer because I got excited because I found out they did full fried chicken.
Oh.
Okay.
And then they were like, that'll be half an hour. I was like, I don't
want to wait that long.
just want it now.
Yeah, but even with like those fried chicken places, like I'm going for like the tendies. Like I'm going for like their signature thing. I'm probably not even ordering wings from there.
Understood. But I'm going to imagine that their wings are going to be better than
probably
they're chicken people.
Oh, look who's back
But I
all of a
think I'm
sudden.
just
Yeah,
like-
Look, oh, is that the popular opinion? I'll come on that one now. Look at that. Here's how you know local wings are unbelievably good.
How?
Again, 252 WCMF, literally hours after we talk about Buffalo Wild Wings bringing back their all-you-can-eat app menu, they announced the location in Greece is closed forever.
Ooh.
There is only one location left. It's in Webster. But Buffalo Wild Wings has had a Rochester presence for around 25 years, which doesn't make a lot of sense based on how snobby we are about our wings. Rochester's wings are so good.
How good are they?
Local guys like grillers, cookers at home will never try to argue their wings are better than other places.
Ooh, you don't think?
I've never heard that come out of a guy's mouth. I will hear that their burgers are better, that their pizza is better than some places. I have never heard a man try to argue that his wings are better than wing places.
I don't know how many people cook home wings. Like they do them just on the grill?
You can grill them.
Well, yeah. Some people do. People smoke them sometimes.
You can do that.
Yeah.
The air fryer has revolutionized
Yeah.
your
Oh, I
ability to
forgot
make
about that,
wings.
yeah.
And let's not forget, my dad he bought 3 separate deep fryers because he kept leaving them outside and breaking them. He used to do his own wings,
Oh, wow.
and they weren't bad.
Yeah.
But it's not what you get around here.
Okay.
Plus, I don't really trust my dad with raw chicken.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Especially when, once again, he would leave the oil in the bucket outside, and it would destroy the fryer, so he would have to go buy a whole new fryer. But, I mean, that's how you know you got to lock down. When no guy is willing to try and stand up and be like, my wings are better than XYZ, because guys brag about everything.
That's true, especially
Yeah.
with the grill.
I don't know. I've met a few who would make the argument.
Okay. You know, Ben brings up a good point here.
Yeah.
He writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, it's interesting because 2 Buffalo-based wing places have been in the greater Rochester area. Duff's failed in Henrietta, but Bar Bill is going strong in Webster. Let's not forget about the fail of Anchor Bar as well.
Yeah.
It seems like even the difference between wings we have here in Rochester and wings we have here in Buffalo keeps us.
And people were dying to get the Anchor here. That was like their big thing.
Sure. Are you trying to sound cool? I've never heard anyone call it the Anchor.
Yeah, everybody calls it the Anchor.
Nobody
The Anchor.
Every
in the history
Anchor.
of men
Anchor.
and women
Jeff,
have called it the Anchor.
they were going to put one in the Kuwait.
Are you heading down to the Anchor?
Down there at the Kuwait.
But even the Anchor Bar in Buffalo, like there's only one, right? Like that never.
I think there's.
There's
Are
one
there
in the
multiple?
airport.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
You're
Yeah.
the worst person ever. You always bring up to like,
There's
What?
one at the airport.
hey, you can get Picasso's pizza at a stadium.
I think it's at the airport in
'Cause I
Buffalo.
kind of thought the draw of the Anchor Bar, like, yes, obviously they have good wings, but it was more like this is the place where it all started.
No, there's definitely 2
vibe.
Anchor Bars. There's one near the airport. Apparently, there's one in the airport.
I think there's one in the airport.
and there's
Okay.
one downtown. There may be more.
Is that the original one?
I'm talking about
Where
the
it was-
original
where it
one,
was-
where like
where the lady
everybody
invented
goes.
it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. And by the way, don't say the Anchor did it because Duff's also insists they invented the Buffalo.
Yeah, I was gonna say because if you talk to people from Buffalo or lived in Buffalo,
Yeah.
like they'll argue like those aren't the best wings in Buffalo. Even
Right.
Yeah,
they get
peop-
snobby about
People
it.
get really pissed
Yeah.
off. Like there's this. Oh God, what's the place that everybody loves? And I had it, and I was like, God damn. Wing Nuts. Have you heard of this place?
No.
It's near UB. Whenever my daughter has hockey out
Yeah.
there, we stop at this place. Holy crap. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Anchor Bar.
They're
I
all
like
good.
Duff's.
It's just, yeah.
This Wing Nuts
Hey,
place.
how can it be that much better?
Bro,
What's in it?
It's crispy. Like they do like a crispy soft thing with the wings. Holy crap!
All right.
It was like life changing. It was like what those Mormon girls were trying to do to my family yesterday, except with chicken wings. Like
Who knew? All they had to do was bring you some chicken wings.
Ooh.
my eyes were open,
Yeah.
man. Like I will never not go. If I am ever in the UB area, I will always be stopping.
What's it called? Wing Nut?
Wing Nuts.
All right. Nuts.
Wing Nuts with an S.
Okay.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Dan writes us, Kimmy, is there a way to turn off Tommy's mic when you talk about food? I get unreasonably angry listening to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's stupid, and he's ugly.
I just don't like, I don't want to be sticky. That's another thing. I can't like do like a road trip wing.
Well,
Nobody
you
road trip wings.
How do you? I want to bathe after.
Well, yeah,
eating
you're not
wings.
going to bring wings in the car. That's like the least convenient.
People
food to
do,
eat on a
though.
road trip.
I've never seen anyone eat a chicken wing in a
No,
car.
You don't think
That's
there's
the
fat
first.
guys winging in a car?
I mean,
Are you
maybe,
kidding me?
but I would think that's not your.
I also just don't want to
go-to.
be. I want to wash up.
You are such
Well,
a
they give you the wet naps. at
That
the
never
end.
gets my face right.
So, do you eat any messy foods with your hands?
There's one thing I
Don't
do,
attack because
oh,
you're the
there's
one.
one.
Don't.
Oh, I love it. It's sloppy, but it's delicious.
What's that?
A chili. I like chili. I like a good bowl of chili.
You eat chili with your hands?
Well, scooping it up, gets all over me.
Stop talking, Kimmy. Stop.
Or pet smell. Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy.
Kimmy, the one thing that sucks
Yeah.
about having so many good local wing places,
Was
you're not Kimmy, is when you have people over to order wings, it will create kind of a conflict.
like
If you
having a
have-
party?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, everybody has a slightly different personal preference.
Wait, but if you're at somebody's house and they just have wings, you're gonna throw in your preference?
But you got to get at least two. If you're ordering for a group, you have to get at least two different kinds of
Why
wings.
can't you just get the standard wings and that's
Because
it?
some people like super hot wings. Some people
well,
are
you
out on-
can't. You can't adjust your wing taste for the night.
Well, some people
No,
like the
I
sweet.
can't do super spicy.
So, like, there are some. I mean, it's become standard. There's like 5 wings standard at every place now. You got
And
the
they took it too far.
mild, hot, sweet and sour, garlic parm, and then some weird one.
There's
that's
always
no-
like a house
Yeah.
wing wherever you're going.
I go house. There's the party. There's the goddamn wing.
You haven't had a chicken wing in 20 years. Shut up.
I've had wings.
Don't make me go back to Dan, who said you were ugly and stupid, and you make him unreasonably angry. No, seriously, when's the last time you had a chicken wing?
Oh God, it's been years.
20 years.
No, it hasn't been 20 years.
Well, can you tell me? Because I'm going to go with 20 unless you can tell me a specific date you had it. You can't. Look at
I know we've had it like Super Bowl. We've had them. So I want to say it's probably 10 years.
You haven't had a chicken wing in a decade.
Probably.
And you're going to sit here
It's amazing.
in your little boy pants try and tell me
I want them to stay little.
you can have a chicken.
They don't appeal to me.
Okay.
I don't want sticky face.
Let's take a break.
Right.
No, I don't have it in me today.
No, I do
I don't
not
have
want
it.
a sticky, icky face.
Uh-huh.
Dripping. Ickiness.
This is a do-your-own-joke period of the show now, everybody listening. All right, so let's say you're not going to go out and get food.
Yeah.
Somebody has to cook.
All right.
Whether it is you in your house or someone else
Yeah.
cooking for you. And like we said, it is scientifically proven that a meal prepared by someone else always tastes
Oh,
better.
delicious.
Like you
With
wanna,
love.
You want to talk about bad food takes? How about 2 bad food takes back to back? Because this thing that is skeeving you the hell out
Yep.
would be welcomed by anybody else.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes.
That this particular thing is disgusting.
In this town specifically, the longer they've been around, the better that meal is going to be.
All right, so I got all right. I have a rule.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I have a rule.
We're going to find out Tommy's rule and hear another awful muley food take next here in the break room on CMF. This is a bad take, man. I'm telling you.
No, it's not.
Most people would see this more of as a positive than a negative.
Oh, God.
Look, man, the longer you've been around, the more experience you have in this realm.
To a point.
In this town especially. I am willing to bet the best meals people have ever had have come from these people. And there isn't really a reason why this wouldn't be good, Tommy, unless you are being discriminatory.
Oh, I am. Yes, I am. You're absolutely right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7:25, 7:30, there was a man in some trouble after a night of fun got away from him. Because it started with some drinks and this homemade device that he was showing off. And it ended with him face down in the street.
Really?
In handcuffs.
Wow.
And we'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. I can't believe you, of all people, have this take.
Okay.
Because something is bothering you.
Yeah. So I'm talking to my brother, and they were going to they had just come back from a party he was telling me about on Saturday night. And he goes, this couple, they throw this party every year. He's turning 100.
Okay.
And the wife is in her late 90s. And they're still completely live on their own, drive, do everything I do.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And they cook from scratch. And because, man, we had just a great time, and just really cool people.
That's awesome. Good for them, man.
I'm like, there ain't no way in effing hell am I letting some pre-corpse touch my goddamn food with their bony ass full of medication oozing out their pores, fingers, working my dish.
You serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. Man, you're 100. You know they got something wrong. Something on them got into that food.
What do you mean something? They don't have leprosy, for God's sake.
They have something worse than leprosy. They're at death's door, literally. They're going to die any minute. That's like letting a pre-corpse touch your food.
What is it? What falls off of old people?
Everything,
Name
man.
one thing.
Nails, spit, hair, their wiry, hairy arms
that can happen
and
to
their
anybody.
faces.
Hair.
No, but they drool. They're full of pharmaceuticals. I'm full of pharmaceuticals. So are they.
Okay, you cook.
And yeah, you brag all the
You
time
wouldn't touch
about
it.
your Blackstone skills.
Get me out. I'm Hey, swordfish.
No, old people are gross, man.
Oh, my God.
No, ancient. I'm not old, but like super old. Like a 100-year-old person. Come on.
I mean, I guess, though, if they're still driving and doing all that stuff, I would trust somebody who can still drive to cook for me. I think that may be where the line is.
Gray Panthers, bud.
Yeah, this is too far.
Oh.
This is beyond gray.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I don't get why this freaks you out so much. Because forever, in this great nation of ours, it was the matriarch, the oldest surviving woman of the family, that made all the most important meals.
Right, but they don't.
Women from your mother's generation, they were in charge of preparing the food, and most of them did not give up that responsibility until they physically could not do it anymore.
And most people died in their 50s. What does that tell you?
No, that's not true,
These
man.
people don't wipe themselves properly.
Oh, my God.
They're diapered,
I see it the opposite.
shaky.
That's good. That means the paprika's going to be spread pretty good throughout that sauce. I see it the opposite that you do.
Oh, what do you say?
If I walk into a home, a restaurant, wherever, and I see someone very, very, very old making my meal, I assume that is going to be the best meal I've had in a long time. I am stunned. As an Italian, you have this take. Spit on your mother's grave, why don't you? Kimmy, old cooking for you, is that a benefit or is it a negative?
So there are certain foods that I am happy to accept from an older person, baked goods, and that's only because you know right away if they screwed it up. Like if you forgot an ingredient or something, that's going to show in that cookie or that bread. You know what I mean? Like you have to do it perfectly for it to taste okay and look okay. So I'm willing to accept baked goods.
What about their Robitussin ravioli?
It's called Robopolioli.
My fear though, with somebody like preparing a dinner or a meal, it's not so much like the gross stuff like Tommy's talking about. It's like, did you forget something in this?
Yeah, the 1960s.
Or add too much of something by accident.
So you're an ageist too?
I mean, here's the thing. Like you talk about Italians. Like my Italian grandmother, she was happy to give it up.
Okay.
Like she was like, all right, you guys do it now. Like
She
I
knew.
know she's not the most like traditional woman, but she was like I don't know. If I asked her when the last time she used her oven was, like I'm sure she probably couldn't tell me.
That is unbelievable.
But there's a time to tap out.
No, if you still have it, keep going. What's the problem, man?
But you keep going. Don't give it to me.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With Tommy's awful take that there is an age where he does not want to eat your food anymore if you're preparing it. I'll ask you this, and I ask everyone listening, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the age in your head, the oldest person you'd feel comfortable cooking for you, Tommy Muley?
68.
That what?
68.
68.
You're not that far from that.
Yeah.
So you're giving yourself 3 more years with your beloved Blackstone.
Well, I'll eat my own food, but I ain't cooking for anybody. I ain't throwing a party.
So if we come over, you're not going to cook for us?
No. You got a couple of years. That's it.
Are you out of your mind?
No, I'm not.
68.
I'm gonna forget things. I'm gonna screw something up.
Okay.
You know what? What if I forget to clean my hand?
That is a.
You want that?
I was waiting to hear like 80.
80.
It's laughable that you have. First of all, that you have a number period in your head,
Shiki
but that
has
number
80.
is 68. Kimmy, what is the age, the maximum number you feel comfortable someone cooking for you?
I don't know. Sometime in maybe your 80s.
So after 83, you're done taking a meal from
I'll
somebody.
give him 85.
85.
Yeah. I mean,
Most
my
people are
grandparents
dead
were
by
still
then.
with it past 85.
Let me ask you a
Trust them
question.
to cook. Again, like I think you know what it is? Like if you could still operate a vehicle, I think I trust you to make a meal.
Fair enough. So, like, it's funny you're even saying this because you ain't got the balls to even follow through on what you're saying. Because most of the time, the oldest person who will be cooking for you is a member of your family. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
Okay. You not going to Christmas or Thanksgiving?
Yeah, but they're all dead. My age.
I'm saying it's not. It's your mother could still be alive. Your mother could still be cooking. You could have a sister, older.
Yeah.
Your brothers are much older than you.
Yeah.
If their wives are cooking for you and they're in their 80s,
I'm passing.
you're not going to Thanksgiving.
Rob, let's go out.
My ass.
That's what it's gonna taste like. Mama's old ass.
If they invite you over for dinner,
Mama ass.
they invite you over and they put a plate of food in front of you. You're gonna say no?
I'm gonna pick around.
You
it.
ain't. You lie. You're gonna eat that food because you're a bitch. Like you sit here and you say you have a take.
Man.
You ain't got the balls to follow up your own take. You bitch
itching
ass
her
bitch.
crotch or something. They're always itching too. Every old person I know is constantly like digging on their body. What? Oh yeah, eat this.
252 WCMF. 252-9263. Tommy says that he will not want to eat food from anyone over the age of 68 that prepares.
Swallow some death pube.
Let's talk. One of my favorite metal bands. Oh, death pube, thank you. Linda's on CMF. Hey, Linda, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Good. What's up?
Well, my first take is if they live to be 100 and in their late 90s, they're probably not on a whole lot of pharmaceuticals because pharmaceuticals will kill you young. So they're probably more naturalist and just pretty healthy. As far as digging themselves and having diapers and all this stuff, have you witnessed that, Tommy? You know, do you know for a fact they're wearing diapers and they're digging on themselves? You know, I'm totally fine with somebody who's functioning.
I like to laugh. I like comedy.
Linda, how old are you?
65.
Oh, because you got 3 more years where Tommy's going to take some pasta or some baked
I'd like to
goods.
rush things along with Linda.
Bye, Linda. Thanks for the call. God.
Have you seen these diapers on them? How do you know they're on pharmaceuticals?
Prove it.
You know, the other weird take, and I think this is why he has the take that he has, Kim,
What's that? You think this is funny?
the older set
Yeah.
is more likely to cook the way we grew up with, using ingredients that folks don't use anymore.
The natural stuff from
Yes.
the old country.
Oh, no, I mean like lard.
Yeah, I was gonna say sometimes though
Ooh.
it's delicious.
Yes.
but
Salty
it's-
lard.
It's not the most healthy.
Look, I mean, yeah, don't eat like that all the time. But if you get all of the bad stuff they didn't take out of the meat, they're going to cook with like straight up lard. It will kill you if you eat it every day. But that one meal, oh my God, it tastes like things you haven't tasted
Can't replicate it.
in forever. And you can replicate it, but only by going to that old person's house and getting that meal. Can I share a story with you?
I love a good food yarn.
We'll get to that story in a second.
Do you know these people personally?
Oh, yes, maybe
Did
I
you
do.
see them?
Maybe I do.
Did you
Thomas.
see the lard?
Salt, before we get there, Salt writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, my grandfather is 87. I can't wait to have that smoked brisket and ribs on July 4th, and when he's gone, I'll miss it for sure.
I ain't touching nothing some 87-year-old man's been around.
Why?
But them hands has been through everything.
Yeah, you're right. He could probably like move the meat on the smoker without needing gloves.
That's what I'm saying,
Feels
man.
nothing anymore.
Numb diabetic fingers.
So my great-grandmother on my mother's side lived to 102.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And until her late 90s, she insisted on making these massive meals every time family came out to visit her. They lived in Dunkirk.
Yeah.
So I had these meals as a kid growing up. They were amazing. I had these meals as a grown-ass person, and they were amazing because she was still cooking when I brought my wife to meet her right after we got married, and it was delicious. I know that never again for the rest of my life will I get a meal like that ever.
Yeah, it's gone.
And it makes me sad.
Yeah.
Like the best meals I have had in my life came made from scratch from an 80, 90-year-old woman.
But
what?
you were raised in squalor.
You don't trust his
Your mother
taste
couldn't
buds?
cook. You told me your mother couldn't cook.
I know what food tastes like.
No, but that was probably the only warm food you
Shut
had
up,
that
shut
year.
up, bro. I'm telling you, man. It was like old school Depression era, like,
Nobody had food during the Depression. What she make?
like
lard
the,
and
like
potatoes?
Lard and potatoes. If you haven't had lard and potatoes,
We'll get
don't
lard and potatoes.
say bad things about lard and potatoes. No, we're talking like old school pork chops. She used to make these like potato dumplings. They were so unbelievably good. She would make this lasagna.
Wow.
Oh,
God.
my mouth is watering right now. But I'm saying, like, I hated going out to Dunkirk because Dunkirk sucks. And they lived in this like tiny like postage stamp post-war house. My great-grandfather, who also lived to 100, dug the basement himself. Like, he's that guy.
Yeah.
Right? But, like, I knew I was going to get this meal out of it, which made everything that sucked all the way around it and all my weird Dunkirk relatives that I have to hang out with, worth it.
Okay.
Shut up.
That's a great story. I'm tearing up.
Shut up. We keep talking about women.
Yeah.
Let's not discount gentlemen, too. Like, how many 90-year-old guys, Italian guys, still make their own sauce from scratch?
I ain't touching 90-year-old men are the grossest things I could think of, man. But he probably hasn't washed his hands in 20 years.
But no.
When I wash my hands at the Democratic Party.
You're also describing an older person who is making like signature meals that they made their whole life. Would you try something new that they decided?
Yeah.
Like they broke away from the sauce and now they're going to make
sushi.
No, I'm not.
90-year-old was going to make you some sushi.
Fine,
I mean, like at that point, I'm probably out.
We can agree there that I will not eat sushi from a 90-year-old
Not so
woman.
much sushi, but just something new that they're trying to bake or I don't know. Like, would you trust like their taste buds
Why
with something
not?
they've never
All
tried
that
before?
experience.
No, I mean, well, but that
Like
okay.
I'm all in on something like you probably like that sauce you probably made every Sunday for the last like 70 years of your life. Like I'm sure that just comes naturally. It's when you're varying from the regular lineup.
Okay, no, I agree with you. That would make me nervous. But what woman, man, in their 70s, 80s, 90s are going off the beaten path? They're usually just cooking the same stuff over and over and over again. They have like a 5-meal rotation.
Yeah.
Like back in the day. Salisbury steak, lasagna, some kind of dumpling, some kind of soup. Here's a pork chop. Shut up and eat. Kristen writes us on Instagram.
Kristen.
Duffy at WCMF. Easiest way to get us. If I went to an Italian restaurant and saw grandmas in the kitchen, I'd be there every week.
Well, why don't you?
Well, I'll go. Let's go. Let's all go and get grandma kitchen.
There are places that have that.
Name one.
I
After you just crapped all over, I won't eat old people stuff.
Well, I can't say
Oh,
it.
no, I can't say
I
it.
don't want to hurt the joint.
Yeah, you were dumb enough to almost say it if I didn't tell you not to say it, stupid. So you don't go to that restaurant you were going to say?
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I don't like the area. I don't like the people outside.
Well, way to not narrow it down. Shut up. By the way, chances are also pretty good. 252 WCMF, as Tommy says, he will not eat a meal prepared by anyone over the age of 68 years old.
Yes.
Chances are pretty good. If you come from a cooking family, the recipes your family is still using were either invented or perfected by the people that you don't want cooking you meals anymore.
Yes, that's true.
Right?
Yes.
Bro, you're not going to catch a case of old. And to assume younger people are being safer with food is also straight up stupid. You really think your 30, 40, 50-year-old relatives was washing their hands before you got there?
I don't even like thinking about it.
Okay, but that's naive and stupid. That is a naive and stupid
Kind of
thing.
how I do things.
Okay. The old papery hands of old people, germs don't even stick to them anymore anyway.
How do you know that?
It's science, man. They did a study.
Everything sticks to those people.
Shut up.
What if you
Flies, opinions.
would it bother you more that 95-year-old person cooking you a meal Or would it bother you more if you went to somebody's house with young kids and that mother said, "Oh, little Timmy helped me make these meatballs," and little Timmy's about 6.
Great question.
Oh, I'm out with the kid.
No,
touching
you
food.
got to pick one.
Yeah.
You
I had
can
to
pick
pick
the
one?
kid, or you can pick the 97-year-old.
You know
Which
that
one
kid was putting boogers in those meatballs.
Oh, you talking
Booger
about
balls?
6-year-old or 97-year-old?
That's a tough one, man.
He's like wiping his nose while he's looking at you.
Yeah, I'd
too.
have to go 90 then, because kids are out completely. Like I don't even like kids like help decorate and stuff.
Like
Decorate
cookies.
Like a cake?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Cookies,
you
all that
probably
stuff.
eaten so many Christmas cookies decorated by like a
'Cause-
5-year-old.
Well, no, my wife even says I can't wait for the kids to get old enough to decorate the cookies. When I bake them, yeah, enjoy them. I ain't touching them.
Like you were going to eat the cookies anyway.
I know.
You
No,
fat
but
little
but
bitch.
like, I don't. Kids are just germs.
No, I hear you, Kimmy. His 5-year-old grandson is gonna decorate
Yeah.
the cookie. He's gonna go, I don't want it, and the kid's
Grandpa
gonna
Tommy, look at this.
he's gonna walk it up to Grandpa Tommy. He's gonna hand it to him and go, "What do you think?" And you're not gonna eat the cookie.
You know what I'm gonna say?
What's that?
Boy, did you wash your hands?
Philip writes us on Instagram. Duffy
Philip.
Duffy at WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, "My grandma is a farmer's wife, stay-at-home mom, 83, and cooks some of the best meals you'll ever have. Tommy, you are dumber than you look."
Them hands have been in dirt all day, boy. Enjoy your gritty biscuits.
I don't get it, man.
Eat your grit biscuits.
All right, we finally have. I would love grit biscuits.
Oh, you would.
Can I get grit biscuits? Finally, someone on your side.
All right.
And we'll wrap it up with this. Pam writes, Duffy, I clean houses for old people. They are gross. I throw out any food they make for me. I am with Tommy. Well, Pam, that makes you a monster. You're a bad person.
I mean, she sees the kitchen.
She does, man. That's ground zero.
Shut
Old
up.
folk.
All right, this story
Yeah.
started with a party and a man showing off something that sounds like he made at home.
Okay.
And it ended with him face down
Oh my God.
in the street in handcuffs.
Jesus.
And we'll get to it next here in the break room on CMF. Tommy is not a fan of electric scooters.
No.
Especially in the city of Rochester. Dangerous for everyone on the road, he yells. And despite the fact that we haven't really seen any crazy stories of people getting hurt, your tune has not changed. Well, today we have a crazy story of someone getting hurt. Except this story didn't happen in the city.
What did happen?
And this scooter is not one of the rentals that you get so mad about.
This is a private scooter.
Private scooter. More than that, actually.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7:45 this morning, we have beaten this ridiculous heat wave, at least as far as the 90s go.
Yeah, it snapped.
Yeah, we're still going to be in the mid-80s, which is like, hey, great. But when you say it snapped, it literally snapped. It was so hot yesterday, these were literally snapping.
It was buckling.
We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story happened just east of us out in the sticks.
Yeah.
Last Saturday night, just before 7 p.m., authorities got a call for a man on a scooter acting recklessly.
Oh.
When they arrived, they found a 54-year-old man
Yeah.
lying in the road.
Oh.
He went down.
He wiped out.
And when you wipe out on a scooter at 54,
Yeah.
It's gotta hurt.
you're going to lay there for a little while.
Gotta recover.
Yeah. So here's where the story gets good.
Yeah.
According to the police, this man was drunk while operating the scooter.
Having a good time on a Saturday night.
But it wasn't just any scooter, Tommy.
Yeah.
Authorities say this 54-year-old man
Yeah.
who was drunk was riding a gas-powered homemade scooter.
He made his own
Homemade.
scooter.
Oh.
So this isn't
Homemade.
even something that he purchased.
Nope.
He put this together himself.
A 54-year-old
Oh,
man
my God.
allegedly got drunk after building his own scooter.
A gasoline-powered scooter.
Yep, took it out into the road, wiped out. This guy knows how to party,
Oh,
man.
he does.
But not all is well.
Yeah.
Turns out you can't operate a gas-powered scooter, homemade or not, while you've been drinking. He was arrested, charged with felony DWI for the incident. He's got a homemade scooter.
This sounds like a Jeff Foxworthy opening set.
He made his own scooter and got a felony DWI on it, according to police. Okay,
That's as country as it gets, bro.
first question, and I'm sincere when I ask this. Do people know they can get DWIs on these electric bikes and
Apparently
scooters?
not.
Okay. Because, here's the thing. In the defense
Yeah.
of these people, slight defense, Kimmy, they do kind of market these electric bikes and scooters downtown as a way to get home after the bars.
But you're
I've
still.
never really even seen him marketed of you.
You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
yeah, because they're getting around
Yeah.
town
Yeah.
on a Saturday night.
But it's almost like these are looked at as an alternative to drunk driving.
Right.
Don't drive home drunk. Take the scooter
Get
or
on
the
the scooter,
e-bike.
get close to a car.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I know, like you said, you're right, Kimmy. It's not outright stated, but it does feel like it's a little bit implied.
Yeah.
They're all over the bar scenes in downtown Rochester. I sincerely wonder how many people listening right now thought they could drunkenly get on one of these e-bikes or e-scooters after drinking and get home and not get in trouble.
Right.
Well, it's weird though because you can get you can get a DUI on a regular bicycle.
Yes,
so why wouldn't you be able to get one on something with a motor?
But I also think there's a whole bunch of people that don't know you can get
True,
a DW on a
that's true.
bicycle.
We knew a guy that he got run on a bicycle because he had so many and didn't realize it, and then he wiped out.
I've also noticed, and maybe it's just I'm just maybe more aware of it. But have you seen more and more people too with their own electric scooters?
It feels like-
they're not the green ones that you see driving around, the teal ones. They're not the rental ones. They're their own personal scooters.
There's a kid that drives one around here early in the morning, and it lights up.
Wow.
But it
Whoa.
glows coming down the street.
No,
it's
I've
weird.
seen so many people that have made that purchase just
Yeah.
for themselves.
But it feels like
It's interesting. Some people must be getting around, maybe thinking that it's an alternative to driving.
I'm dying to see this scooter, man.
Okay, yeah, I kind of too. I was
yeah.
very disappointed in the
I
story.
want to know where the motor is and everything. He souped it up.
Well, yeah, man, you don't
Yeah.
build your own
Oh, yeah.
gas-powered scooter at 54 years old, get drunk, and not have a
Yeah.
souped-up scooter. By the way, is this the first scooter DWI that we've seen in the news?
it's the first one
I
I've
can
seen.
remember.
Yeah, I don't recall one. Here's the thing, too.
Unless
As-
they just don't all make the news.
Again, as we talk about this 54-year-old man out east of us in the sticks, police were called for a man driving recklessly on a scooter. And when they got there, they found him splayed out in the street.
Yeah.
Police say he had been drinking, and the scooter he was on was a homemade gas-powered scooter. I mean, I do wonder, too, when it comes to charging someone with a DWI on a scooter or a bicycle or whatever, if police officers like use discretion in the moment, like maybe they had no choice when they found him splayed in the street.
Well, yeah, he's wiped
once
out.
You wipe out.
All right, could you imagine?
Yeah.
You're 54 years old. You have eaten crap falling off your homemade scooter. The embarrassment of the police coming up upon you, having to explain what the hell was going on. What do you even say?
You probably ain't saying anything, man. What can you say?
You got to say something. You just sit there quietly?
Well, I'm trying to think when I got arrested just in general. You just kind of, don't say too much.
Okay.
Of course, you're also hurt. You're laying the ground.
Help me.
Yeah, you might be there.
You're like, what? Ah! Okay, so our guy here, who is the main character in the story, facing these allegations, would you want to hang out with this guy?
I want to meet him. I don't know if I want to hang out, but I damn sure want to meet him.
If you meet him, you're hanging out with him.
I know.
Well, we've
Yeah.
hung out with these guys.
Yeah, but do you still?
No, but we've hung out with guys that do this.
He's going to
all right.
want you to try it.
Or at least want you to watch him try it.
Yeah.
And you're going to want to watch him try it.
So there's a joint. I don't know if it's still open. It's called a Cannonball Cafe. It's west of here.
Okay.
It's out in the country a little bit, and it was pretty famous. And they had motorized bar stools.
How is that legal?
Okay.
They ain't, but they used to ride them around the bar and outside. And they brought them on the show one day. We were doing a show all the way up in Charlotte for the Fast Ferry.
Okay.
And they came with them. And we got on and we were riding up and down that seawall right there. And it was scary as hell.
Yeah.
Because it had
I was
like
going to say, just like physics-wise, that doesn't seem like it would work.
Little
well.
top
It doesn't.
heavy.
Yes.
you had a seatbelt and you turn it on and there you went. And
How fast did they go?
not fast, but fast enough. You're on a
Yeah.
bar stool, man.
Yeah, just
I hadn't been
falling over.
drinking.
How much of a drunk do you have to be to buckle yourself into your bar stool?
They were the funniest things to watch, though.
Okay, so when it comes to wanting to hang out with this guy, let's talk this out, right?
Yeah.
You cannot argue that if the allegations here are true, he knows how to party.
Oh, yeah.
And if he made this homemade scooter himself, he knows a thing or two about putting stuff together, which that can be a valuable friend.
Yeah.
He'd always be up for a good time. You can call him when your calibrator's on the fritz. The only problem with a buddy like this is I think you start to realize when you hit like 30 years old, keeping up with that guy can be hard.
You can't. It's work.
Okay.
It's not fun anymore. It's an effort.
Yeah. And like there are some people, men and women included, by the way, you ladies aren't getting away with this one. You just never let the party die.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't get after it every night. Maybe you've changed this type of stuff you're drinking or the substances you're using.
But you can still switch right back into that mode.
Yeah, when they get a clear runway, Kimmy,
Yeah.
no matter the age, they are getting after it, and they're getting after it hard.
Yeah.
And it's funny, like, as we talk this out, it sounds like someone you want to avoid. But there are those nights where, like, if you end up with someone like that, even at 30, 40, 50, 60 years old, that's a hell of a night, man.
Oh, it is. You're going to pay for it, but it'll be fun.
Like, if getting to an age where you wouldn't have that to look forward to anymore does seem a little bit sad. Like, I want to think in the back of my head, like I have like 2 or 3 nights left before I die.
Yeah.
Where I'm going to be hanging out with one of those guys and I'm going to be walking away from that place going, man.
But those guys always have one homemade luxury.
Okay.
Like they made it themselves. I made my own hot tub.
That's the first thing I was thinking.
And just don't get too close to the propeller.
But you got to get in that homemade hot tub. If they show it to
Watch
you,
out that propeller.
you have to get
She
in.
bite.
Because you don't want to look like a bitch in front of that person either.
Like they've always they make things that just look shaky.
All right, so we got folks writing us on Instagram. We started this conversation talking about, this 54-year-old man allegedly getting a DWI on a homemade scooter after he wiped out into the street in the sticks just east of us. We got a bunch of people writing us with DWI. A man, Adam writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. A guy in Medina in the late 90s got a DWI in a Power Wheels. Do you know what a Power Wheels is?
Oh, like the kids?
I think, wait, those big wheels?
The little kid electric
How
cars.
did you
Remember?
Oh, yeah.
crush that, just getting into it.
No, so they're shockingly roomy.
Really?
I mean, not like comfortable.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
adults can fit in Power Wheels.
No kidding.
And he got a DWI.
So it must have been somebody took his keys or something.
Yeah.
I'll show you. Who was it? Was it George Jones on the?
Oh, yeah. So the country star George Jones got arrested on a ride mower.
Trying to go to the liquor store.
Yes. Yeah.
His wife took
And
his keys.
This guy was a superstar in country music, and he is going to he was going to the liquor store.
Is there a dash cam video of that?
No, that's another one where he had a lot of drinking problems, George Jones.
Yeah, well, he's a country artist.
Yeah.
You know?
But he was country when it was hard drinking country.
You know what? I'm surprised you don't see way more often. Golf cart.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. There's a story that we'll be talking about later this week.
Oh,
right, look at that.
So put a
corrected.
pin in that, and we'll loop back around to
But
it.
just with the amount of them you see in neighborhoods.
Yeah, and the street legals.
Like, just being on a golf course, you're driving it around, probably drinking a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe you don't see more stories of that gone wrong.
Well, let's talk about that, too, because, like, to get a DWI, if I'm not mistaken, you don't have to be on a public road. Operating anything.
Yeah, if you're drunk, yeah.
So how, like, I get that it would kill the golf industry, but, like, those golf courses know people are drinking.
Oh, yeah.
Carts,
Yeah,
right?
to Kimmy's point, yeah.
They sell you booze on the course.
Yeah, I mean, there's golf carts full of alcohol following you around.
Can you get a DWI on a golf course?
I guess you could if you did something real. I think you would have to do something so stupid.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying, like, that's a little bit effed up because you don't have to do something stupid.
No.
I mean, look, DWI period is stupid on the road.
But you never hear about it.
Right? I've never heard that story.
I've seen people get them stuck in like the wet part of the course and stuff. Like you would think that immediately that golf course alone would be like, I don't want this person here anymore. They're goofing around in the cart.
100%. Adam writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. You can get a DWI on a horse in some states.
Yes, you can.
Didn't we learn that New York was one of those states?
I thought all states, like if you could do it.
All right, question. So if I'm drunk on the horse, I get a DWI. If I'm sober, but the horse is drunk, who gets the ticket?
They're going to have to get bigger cuffs.
Well, they had asked the horse, are you drinking? You know what he said?
What did he say?
Nay. Because that's what horses say.
I didn't hear you. You broke up on me. Say it again.
Nay.
I'm sorry. Something must be wrong with my headphones.
Going back to, would you want to party with a 54-year-old man who built his own gas-powered scooter and then was arrested after police found him splayed out when he spilled the thing in the street? Even if you can keep up with a buddy like that, the story we have in front of us illustrates the biggest issue when you keep that buddy around.
Yeah.
When it goes bad,
Yep.
it goes really
Oh, yeah.
bad.
Catastrophic.
Like him showing off his homemade scooter after a couple of drinks. Like, that probably sounded awesome.
Yeah.
Like, if you're sitting around his house and you're all drinking, I get this baby up to 45 miles an hour.
Well, then if you do it in front of other people, too, they're going to encourage more.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
How about we build a ramp?
100%. And it's all fun and games until you watch him bounce his head off the asphalt.
Yep.
The cops show up, they cuff him, and now someone else has to finish the pig roast.
Yes.
He keeps spinning that pig.
Yep.
Bill can't come back no more.
I made that rotisserie myself.
Like, when you decide to commit to a night of fun with that person from your past who still gets wild, you do have to be aware that, one, it can end instantly.
Yep.
And if it ends instantly, it will end in the scariest way possible. And I think that's also something we have to keep in mind being a week and a half away from the 4th of July.
Yeah. You're going to meet a first responder.
Because, like, this weekend will be the first big weekend of neighborhood fireworks.
Oh,
right?
yeah. This has to be the dangerous week of the year.
The dangerous week of the year coming. No other week dangerous. The dangerous
The
week of the year.
dangerous week.
Because, like, fireworks, again, for some reason, despite the fact that fireworks are illegal, and we know how dangerous they are, and the cops don't really do anything about them, fireworks and drinking go hand in hand. If there is a guy setting off fireworks, he will have a beer in his hand while he's doing it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Why not?
And they're not even, like, scummy people. It's just, like, normal-ass, everyday
You're
dads.
just
And
it just goes with it. Comes with the territory.
it's always, I know it's not funny, but it's funny just because of the arrogance. Like, there are those videos you'll see on Instagram of, like, it's just a standard American neighborhood. A couple of lame-looking dads.
Yeah.
They set a firework. They hit the fuse in the middle of the road, and the thing explodes, and the people are, like, sprinting. How do you come back from that? How do you come back from that?
I do wonder when we see those videos, was that the end of fireworks in that neighborhood?
I don't
or did
think
they
so.
continue on?
No, you can't do that again.
I don't know.
How do you do it again?
Oh, I bet you they do.
How do you almost...
Maybe you take a couple of years off, then you get back at
Comes
it.
back around again.
You can't almost blow up children in your neighborhood and then be like, oh, guess
Well, the
what?
kids are grown now.
Okay. Bro, I'd leave for the weekend. Like, I'd get a hotel. If a guy almost blew up the neighborhood and brings out fireworks again, I'm gone for the weekend. I can't do it. Just be careful.
I'd have to watch.
Okay, yeah, because you're an idiot.
Well, I like a thrill.
You're also no, you don't.
Well, from over there.
You're the most boring person I know. Bro,
What?
this heat, man. This heat. Like, again, we're celebrating the fact that it's going
Yeah.
down to 84 degrees.
Yeah,
Cool
yeah.
84.
I have not left the house in 2 days, and it's still hot in my house, and I got air conditioning. But this is something, have we ever seen this happen before in Rochester?
I don't think so.
I've never heard of it. Maybe there are folks listening that have seen it before. it happened across the greater Rochester area.
Yeah.
It was not an isolated incident. And I am curious to the folks that know this. When it happens, does it happen slowly? Or is this like a boom? And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. So help me God, if either of you ever complain about the cold again, I'm going to quit this job. I swear to God, I'm going to quit this job. Because this doesn't happen. It shouldn't happen.
I'm surprised it does happen. Because what do they do like in the South and the West?
Maybe they build it differently?
They must.
In all sincerity, because we may be wrong here, but I don't remember hearing this story before.
No.
But there are folks that work in this industry that can correct us. And I am curious, when this happens, is it a like, oop, or is it a like, bow? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 8 o'clock, it's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Hate.
Yep, Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. It seemed like a pretty cut and dry thing. Don't steal from a school district if you're the chief of police.
Yeah.
And when you do that, you should be punished for it. Didn't really happen, in Kimmy and I's opinion. But one man in this room defended that. No big deal. Someone wrote us a letter defending Tommy's defense and taking it a step further. Because if you don't need the money, really, and you steal it, is it even a crime?
Let's see him.
We'll get into it. Hate Mail of the Week just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So we are now on a cold spell. High is only 84 today.
Yeah.
But it has been a heat index of over 100 degrees the last 2 days. People are feeling it in their bodies. Power's going out.
Yeah.
AC is breaking. It's brutal. Did you see that story yesterday on 10 NBC? That poor woman, not only does she not have AC.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how you're surviving right now.
90-year-old mother. Did you see this? Don't laugh, you monster.
No, he's
listen.
already giggling.
She's got a 90-year-old mother. Her house has no AC.
Yeah.
In the city, and then they're working on the water main, so the house had no water either.
Oh, God, that place.
100 degrees in this effing house. They had to send the 90-year-old mother somewhere else to live because it was so effing
Well,
hot.
I would want to leave. You wouldn't have to send me.
Okay.
I'd be screaming, get me the hell out of this dump.
But the most shocking story, maybe,
Yeah.
due to the heat this week, is what happened in two spots that we know of in the greater Rochester area.
Oh.
Because yesterday, 390 North near Vintage Lane, it got so hot.
How hot was it, Pat?
Happened Monday, I'm sorry. The road buckled.
Yeah. It
Don't-
just kind of warped.
Created a ramp.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, ramp on 390, now where there a ramp should be.
Yeah.
So according to experts, roads will buckle when extreme heat or cold causes the concrete plates underneath the road to shift. That's exactly what happened, and it caused a massive backup. I'm looking at it. So they had to close one lane during rush hour on 390 North. The same issue happened on 390 South between Mount Morris and Lakeville. The road there also buckled out there in Livingston County, and those are the two that we're aware of. I don't know if anything else
It hadn't
happened.
been hot. I would think it would have to be hot for so long for a road to do that.
You mean like 48 hours of 100
I'm
degrees?
talking more like 10 days.
Well,
What
do
are you
think it-
basing that on?
Nothing.
Okay, you idiot. Why do you
10-day period.
speak?
Because it doesn't happen anywhere.
Well, but
it would happen in the South constantly.
Are we sure
But
it
it's
doesn't?
part of the problem because we have such extreme swings in weather
Oh.
that also may lead
We
to
swinging.
the buckling of the roads because the road may already be weak from the extreme cold.
I mean, I don't know if it's weak, though. Is it weakness or is it the stuff moving?
I don't know, but maybe that has something to do with it. The fact that the weather swings so much one way or the other.
No, Kimmy brings up a great point.
What's that?
How many communities in America can you name where it will feel like 0 and it will feel like 100
Right.
within 5 months of itself?
Boston.
Are you sure? Does Boston get that cold?
Boston gets cold.
How cold? Cold? Because
Super cold.
New York is our same climate. They don't get as cold as we do. We're closer to the lake.
What about Cleveland?
I thought the ocean kept it warmer. I'm serious.
Maybe it
Yeah,
does.
I mean, do they deal with ice storms there? Because I mean,
I don't
that's a reality for us.
But
right?
Minneapolis will get 100.
Oh, are we doing the remix of Minneapolis?
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis.
Yeah, they all those.
Maybe
Where
the-
you at, Prince? Minneapolis. Minneapolis.
Yeah, they get hot. They get cold.
Okay. They get hot, they get cold.
I wonder if we just build them crappier.
Well, I hate
Like,
you.
what if
I
they
hate you.
shorted it?
Why would they? What?
What if it was shoddy, construction?
All you construction guys listening, Tommy just said that you are doing
Just that
shoddy
spot.
work.
Not
That's-
all of it, just that spot.
You mean the two spots?
The two spots.
Where the DOT would be working.
I don't know.
Is that why you were speeding through their work zones to try to teach them a lesson? Work faster. All right, can I ask a serious question?
Serious up.
And I need someone who.
serious up.
I mean, this is probably the wrong time to ask it because if you do work in construction, you're probably working right now. Can't
Yeah.
get to a phone. If you work in this industry, know about this industry. When a road buckles, does it explode upward or does it just slowly meh?
Like warp?
Like if I'm driving
Yeah,
my
like
car.
how fast does it happen?
Yeah, like if I'm driving my car and the road buckles, will it launch my car into the
Ooh.
road? How big? Because I can't see what the actual buckle looked like. We just have the highway camera. view of it.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know if it's like, 4 feet of concrete up in the air.
Just pushes up.
Or if it's just like a little bump.
Oh.
I mean, Andrew did just send us a video of a car going airborne.
Really?
Of after it buckled. And in Minnesota, look at
That's
that.
pretty decent.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
I love they put out a sign that said bump. That's all they did. It's a pretty big bump.
Well, they fixed it.
So like this, okay. So we're not going to have to worry about this like anymore, are we?
Well, we're going to have some more hot days.
Well, I mean, is it going to be this hot?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
What?
I just watched that video.
Of what? The car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, it happens like instantly in the car.
So it just pops.
Bro,
Yeah.
the car's just driving. All of a sudden, the road goes, and he went,
so it did happen.
He went flying.
Wow.
It's like the X Games, but with a Kia. It was in Missouri, not Minnesota.
Missouri.
So you're stupid. It's still not Minnesota. Dumbass. You know why it stays cooler there?
In Missouri?
No, Minnesota. The waters of Lake Minnetonka. Bathe in the waters of Lake Minnetonka. Shut up. It's a great movie. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We are talking about the buckling highways that showed up this week due to the heat. 390 North near Vintage Lane in Greece. It happened on Monday. Then the 390 South, Livingston County, the Mount Morris and Lakeville exits also had Buckland roads.
Buckland Roads?
Buckland Road sounds like a country artist.
This is something I don't want to even think about.
What, the possibility?
Yeah,
of
I
it?
don't want to be driving now and having to think
Yeah.
the road's going to pop my ass.
Well, we did have a few like sinkholes in the roads last year.
Don't want to think about those too.
No, she's right. I mean,
Man, the car disappeared.
Maybe it's just like, over time these roads are getting older.
Yeah.
by the way, everybody is sending me the same video of the car in Missouri going on. I got like 7 versions of the video. Thank you, everybody. I've seen the video. No, but I mean, I think it goes back maybe to what Kimmy brought up earlier, and I say this with no scientific evidence, right? But like again, the extreme weather of the cold, the heat. We also get a lot of rain here.
We do,
right?
Yeah.
Like, do you remember that story? Was it 2 or 3 years ago near Seneca Park Zoo where that woman was driving down the
Yeah.
street?
That's
That was
the
last year,
sinkhole.
Yeah,
right?
the sinkhole opened up, but it swallowed
Just-
her whole
yeah, her car
effing
just went-
car. It ate
crashed
her
right
car
into it.
to the point where someone who pulled up after was unaware that there was a car in the hole.
Yeah.
And the only other time that's ever happened
When was that?
with Tommy's mom. Big old gaping hole with a whole bunch of dudes in it. Not a buckling that night
Yeah, I get
from the heat. Sex heat. Buckling. All roads lead to your mom's mouth. Those are buckling too, on account of the wet, hot weather from my dog. Kimmy wants to go home. We're done doing the me and Tommy part of the show. Let's go back to the show for everybody else. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means. Yeah, that's right. You had a take on this story 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You had said everything got done that had to get done.
Right.
And
I mean, the job did get done. They just didn't like the way he conducted it.
You mean by stealing?
He didn't.
I don't think
he
it's-
didn't conduct the
I
job.
don't think it's
That's the
stealing. I think
problem.
it's delegating authority.
Oh, no. There's proof that it's stealing. In fact, he pleaded guilty to the theft.
I think he's playing the game.
What's the game? Lose your job
Play
and
the
potentially
game.
your pension?
Well, that one.
Worst Monopoly game ever? There was a man, or a woman, actually, we don't know because they didn't sign their name on this letter,
Yeah.
who agrees with your take. In fact, they have your take, and they took it a step further. And
Oh,
this
good,
guy's,
good.
he's on your side, Tom.
Good.
We're going to hear this. We'll recap the story and read you the letter next here in the break room on CMF. We all have a level of crime we're willing to tolerate.
Yeah.
And
Soft crime.
Oh, sure, it's illegal. But like you said, yeah, you don't think that person should be punished as harshly as maybe others do.
Yeah.
And that's what the debate is here today. Because a man with a very important job was busted stealing money. And based on the reaction, most people who saw how this story ended were very bothered. But not the guy who wrote us this letter. And I say guy, we don't know, because this was an unsigned letter, not the person who wrote us this letter. It's not that much money, according to them, when you consider what they're making for a living. And hey, man, you don't know their life. Maybe they earn this money.
Yeah.
It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. And this story we talked about 2 weeks ago was about a year and a half in the making. Joseph Greer was the police chief out in Avon.
Mm-hmm.
Big-time job.
Oh, yeah.
But it wasn't the only job he had, Tommy.
What else?
He also worked as a school resource officer with the Avon School District. And for those who don't know, those are the police officers that are stationed inside the school during the day.
Mm-hmm.
For that job, he would be paid hourly, separate from him being a police chief of police. And I would assume you wouldn't be able to be chief of police and work hourly at the same time.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can't do those. Okay. That's where the problems begin.
What happened?
Well, the story says that he billed the district for hours he did not work. In fact, he would have an on-duty subordinate police officer cover his shifts.
Yeah.
He would order that subordinate to do it. And then he would put his hours in, so he'd still get personally paid. In total, he took $6,866.84 from the district. And I would like to point out something very important.
What's that?
Because this blows up the argument that you made 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
The on-duty officer who was doing what the chief told him to do, working in the school, was supposed to be patrolling Avon. He was working as a police officer. But he took him off the road to put him in the school, which means there was one less police officer working, and that chief was getting paid.
First of all, the guy's just following orders.
I'm not blaming the
That his
you're right.
commander gave to him.
Yep, the commander who was stealing from a school district.
Bro, how busy do you think them streets in Avon be?
Why do you need cops at all then?
Well, you do need some, but it's not
So
like...
then maybe you should have them out doing stuff?
Well, I'm sure there was an officer around somewhere with a gun.
So then, wait, so they're overpaying police officers? They have too many? You should get rid of police officers?
No,
Are you arguing you should defund the police? Is that what you're arguing here?
No.
Oh, well, it kind of sounds like what
I'm
you're
just
arguing.
saying, he's just delegating authority.
Okay.
He's running his ship.
Chief Greer pleaded guilty to theft of district funds, and he was sentenced late last week. He was looking at up to 10 years in prison.
10 years?
10 years. You want to know what he got? 2 years probation.
All right.
He will not do a second behind bars for stealing from a school district while working as the chief of police. And when we first talked about this, the discussion was if this man, as the chief of police, did what he did, which he pleaded guilty to, should he be held to a higher standard of punishment? I argued yes. You argued
No.
no.
I think we all should be treated equal under the law.
Yes.
Not any more than somebody else or any less.
You're right. Even if it is your job to enforce the laws in which you are being treated equally under.
But it's a soft thing.
$7,000 from a small school district is not a soft thing.
Well, it doesn't sound like a lot.
Okay. Really?
Yeah.
Can I have
Did you write
$7,000?
this letter?
Can I have $7,000?
Yeah. Maybe in the men's room.
The Ren's room?
Yeah.
Are you having a Renaissance festival in the men's room?
Yeah, it's going to renaissance your ass.
Doesn't even make sense. All right. Well, look. Someone wrote us a letter making the argument.
All right.
Not only should he not have been charged, that maybe this man, chief of police, should not even have lost his job.
Oh. Wait, did he lose his job?
He lost his job, yes.
Right.
He resigned from his position.
Okay.
All right. So just a heads up, we don't know if this is a man or a woman because they did not sign their name. So Kimmy will read this letter, but you can take it whatever gender you want if it matters to you.
Whatever you're picturing.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting this police chief to get her job back. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
You are all making a mountain out of a molehill with this chief of police and the money they say he took from the school he worked for. You said yourself there was a police officer at the school, so it's not like the kids were unsafe. And I know for a fact police chiefs, they make a lot of money. He only took a few $1,000s. That's chump change to him. What's the big deal? No one is going to miss that money. Think about the money that gets wasted in our school districts on stupid things that don't matter. It's not like these teachers or administrators care anyways. If this man took this money, he did it for a reason. And who are you to say it wasn't a good reason? He didn't steal a car. He wasn't caught doing drugs. He didn't murder anyone. This police officer got railroaded, and your show is part of the machine that did it. Signed, no name.
Okay. They didn't write no name.
Yes.
No name. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just a few $1,000s he took. That's all. And you don't know what he needed that money for. What if he had boat payments?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Whoever wrote us this letter didn't sign their name, but they know some things, Tommy.
Yeah, they do.
They know for a fact that police chiefs, they make a lot of money.
Oh, yes. Sweet bank.
It's public record, so we looked it up. On the high end, a police officer in Avon, according to the state, makes around $110,000 a year.
Damn, it goes pretty far in Avon.
So we can assume the top cop was making at least that kind of money.
$110.
Right? Maybe more.
Yeah.
And that's a hell of a lot of, that's a hell of a
That's
salary.
a lot of cheese, buddy.
It's more than double the average American salary. Okay. Shouldn't you be more upset that he took $7,000 making that kind of money?
If according to you, he didn't really need it.
Right? Right?
He doesn't even need it anyways.
That was this guy's argument. I'm spitting on myself. I'm so upset. This person's argument is he didn't need the money, so it's not a big deal. Would you agree with this
I
person?
don't agree with that
Why not?
part.
He's on your side.
No, not that far on my side.
They're on your side. Like, here's the thing, man. If I found out, if we had the same story, and we found out that a man who took $7,000 from a school district was making $20,000 a year, I would have sympathy, right?
Well, yeah, the kid's on poverty.
And like, here's the thing. I don't think they shouldn't be punished, but like that makes sense. This police chief made good money enforcing the law that he broke by stealing $7,000 that, according to this letter, he doesn't even need. Man!
But the shift was covered.
Again, it was covered by someone making money as a police officer in Avon.
Yes.
What are you not getting?
I get it.
I don't think you do.
Sometimes you got to move resources around.
Yes, within the police
to
department.
make money.
Not for
my side pocket.
Side pocket.
The other thing that bothers me here, too, the guy who wrote us this letter, person who wrote us this letter, keeps saying, if he took it, if he took it. The police chief pleaded guilty.
Yeah, so,
there are no ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah.
The guy stole taxpayer money while working a job, being paid taxpayer money. But we can assume, because he's a cop, that the person who wrote us this letter thinks they can do no wrong, even when the cop admitted he did wrong.
And what if you looked at it through like another officer's point of view? Like, wouldn't you be pissed if you were the guy where you found out like you were being used to steal that money?
The other cop that was on
like the
doing the
person
resource
that
job.
was kind of covering for
and he
you
wasn't really getting
without
paid.
No, he was not
potentially
really.
knowing it, yeah.
He was getting paid as a police officer
Yeah,
for his job,
like,
not
they
as
were
the
just,
resource
They were
officer.
just kind of being moved around. Because I would kind of be pissed and like, you're filling your pockets thanks to me.
Yes.
You know?
I mean, you dragged this other police officer
Yeah.
into this whole scandal.
But he's all right. He's not in trouble.
No, he's not. And he shouldn't be
Right.
because he was just doing what he was told,
Yeah.
right? And he doesn't know what's going on the opposite end anyway.
Absolutely.
But past all of that, the most interesting part of this letter, to me personally,
What's that?
is towards the end. And I'm going to read you a quote.
All right.
Are you ready? Quote, he did it for a reason. And who are you to say it wasn't a good reason? He didn't steal a car. He wasn't caught doing drugs. He didn't murder anybody. End of quote. This man is not bothered. This person who wrote us a letter is not bothered by the chief of police stealing around $7,000 from a school. But he would be bothered by murder, stealing a car, or doing drugs. Okay. We can all agree in this room murder would be worse than what he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But-
Trying the commandments.
But the other two,
Yeah.
you'd be more bothered if someone stole a car.
Like an officer.
It just says anybody. I mean, it just says
anybody.
they didn't steal a car or murder anybody.
Yeah.
You'd be more bothered if someone stole a car than your money meant to protect your children?
That's a push for some people, I'm sure.
The person who wrote this letter is more bothered by someone getting high than a man who runs a police department making a subordinate cover a shift at a school that he was then getting paid for. Because to me,
Yeah.
those other two things, way less bothersome.
Well, the high for sure.
Right? Not great,
Yeah.
but more easily explained, I think.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
Like the person who wrote us this letter is unbothered by corruption. He's bothered by the things he sees on the news. And I think this letter is eye-opening because you'd assume that folks in power using their position to steal would make you angrier than some guy that took a car or did cocaine.
Yeah.
But whoever wrote us this letter, that doesn't seem to be the case.
No.
And I don't understand why.
I guess because he wants to give the cops a break.
But why? He admitted he did this.
I know.
Explain it.
I can't. I mean, he really supports the cops.
Okay, no, but this
Even
guy,
the bad ones.
He's the bad ones. The guy lost his job. Okay.
He backs the blue, all of them.
He said in the letter that this guy should have lost his job as a chief of
I mean, I'm surprised he's not allowed to be a police officer. I thought they would have. I thought they would have busted him down to like street guy, like car, something like that, and like he loses his position.
He stole.
And he takes a pay. And hold on now, takes a pay cut. But he keeps his gig. He keeps a gig.
You think that a guy who was in charge of the police department, who admitted to stealing from a school district, should be given a position
Busted down.
lower,
Low down.
lower, where he would have less eyes on him?
Well, I mean, he would also have less authority to do these things.
Yeah, so he could just, go do whatever he wanted.
No,
right?
I mean,
no, I mean that's what he could. He could.
He
do
could, but
that.
let's say he redeems himself.
Yeah, no, he could. No, look, man.
I believe in second chance.
I agree. I also believe in second chances. I hope this man understands, sees what he did, redeems
sure he
himself.
did.
But why does he have to redeem himself as a cop?
But
Why
couldn't
can't
he-
he redeem himself as the guy from the water department or a little league coach down the road or whatever? You don't have to be a cop to redeem yourself.
But can't he go be a cop somewhere else? We've seen that.
Yeah, we have seen that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. The guy, he had over 20 years on in this game.
Right.
So I don't understand you. I don't understand this letter.
I am for soft law.
No, you're not. You're for
Soft.
soft law when it comes to be like, in this position here. And then if you see a teenager walking down your street in Pittsford, you want to give him the chair.
Yeah, and I want a cop to get him.
I guess what blows my mind the most about this
What's
whole,
that?
this take of it's not murder. It's not. Okay. When it comes to stealing a car
Yeah.
or getting high or arrested for
Yeah.
drugs, I don't know what this person who wrote this letter does for a living. But I'm going to assume, and this counts for everybody listening, it is way more likely that one day you find yourself in a situation where stealing a car feels like a good idea to you in a desperate spot.
Yeah.
You are way more likely that one day, because of whatever happens in your life, you end up with some kind of addiction problem,
Sure.
drugs, whatever.
Yeah, it's terrible.
You will never in your life be in a position where you are the chief of police
Yes.
and have the opportunity to embezzle money from a school district. So why does that relate more to you? There's a pretty good chance that everyone listening knows someone who has stolen a car at some point.
Yeah.
It's an almost 100% chance that everyone listening has someone in their life that's affected by some kind of addiction.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Illicit addiction.
Yeah.
Nobody knows a police chief that's stealing $7,000 from a school district except the guys that know this guy personally.
Yeah,
so
probably.
why is that the guy like, oh, man, we got to empathize with him, sympathize with him?
He really supports the cops.
Okay, fine. Take a break.
All right.
Angry. This is going to cheer you up.
No, I wasn't all that upset at the last break.
Okay, fine, whatever. I'm upset. It's
I
not going
could
to cheer
tell.
me up. It's actually going to make me hotter.
What?
Well, it's like they went into Tommy's brain, Kimmy,
Yeah.
and they took all of the things he could ever fantasize about, put them into one thing,
Okay.
and are bringing it into the Port of Rochester this weekend.
Oh, buddy.
Ooh, what's coming?
Bro.
Oh, the port?
It is old
This is
man.
right up your alley.
It's old man crack.
You're probably going to tell us we're wrong about some things. Here.
I think it's the oldest operating.
There we go.
I'm already
we already
done.
have the information.
I'm already done with
I
this
think
break.
it's the oldest
I'm already
operating.
done with this break because not only is it waterbound, which you guys love,
Yeah.
not only does it look a certain way, which you guys love,
Somebody already took a picture of it, too.
did you see the
What?
history attached to it?
Kind of, but I was more interested in the person that took the picture
Oh.
because he's a big picture guy in his
Okay.
town. He's like the number one guy with a camera in his town.
If you have someone over 50 in your life that can hear us right now, and you don't want to spend 7 hours at the Port of Rochester this
Yeah.
week, turn the station. Other than that, we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF.
Think about it.
It's like they got into the mind of Tommy Muley and men like Tommy Muley and created your ultimate fantasy.
Wow.
Kimmy, when these just show up,
Yeah.
you have lines of, you're not Kimmy, you have lines of old
Yeah,
men.
we always get like one unique one that shows up every summer, right?
And you'll have
It's a tour.
But like dozens of old men will just
Yeah.
stand and
it's
look
a
at it.
strictly old man thing. I don't know any women over the age of 50 that are into this.
Because you don't get it.
I'm going to throw you a curveball towards the end here because I think you
all
might be wrong about this specific
I could
one.
be off.
But with all of this showing up to the Port of Rochester, now not only do you get to look at it, you have a chance to actually experience it.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Well, actually, no, before we get there, I'm sorry.
yeah,
We
go
do
ahead.
have something to give you.
Oh, like what?
My apologies. The Sterling Renaissance Festival returns for 7 fun-filled theme weekends. You can head to the contest page, WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Sterling Renaissance Festival, valid for one-day admission through the 2025 season, courtesy of Empire Attractions. And I got to do the medieval.
Yeah, go ahead.
This all-ages, family-friendly festival offers a 360-degree experience with amazing sights, sounds, authentic foods, and the feelings invoked
Old Man
with
River.
the shows. No, that's like
That's
southern.
what you sound like.
No, I'm doing
You sound
medieval.
like you should be running a steamboat.
Yesterday I said, do medieval voice back to me, and you did the voice I was doing. You want to try it again? Go ahead. Give me medieval voice.
There's many things. I don't know. Oh.
You got King John knobbing a guy? Is that what they were doing on the Crusades? Saturdays and Sundays only, July 5th to August 17th. Skip the lines. Order tickets online at sterlingfestival.com.
Yeah.
How's about an historic boat down at the Port of Rochester?
It's a big clipper.
Your mom's going to be there? The boat is called...
Tough day for moms
It
today.
is, yeah. It's
Especially
called-
Tommy's.
It's the big clipper. Yeah.
Moms are taking a beating. So the boat is called When and If, which is the douchiest name for a boat I've ever heard. It's a schooner. Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is in town, and it will be in town for the rest of the week.
And it's the original schooner. It's not like a replica.
No, it's
what does that
It's
mean?
been restored.
But it's the original boat.
Yeah. So, like, Kimmy, it's the boat that was made. They've
Yeah.
put new parts on it.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, is it just an old boat? Is it a boat known for something?
Oh, I got some details.
Oh,
Okay,
Yeah, I think
I guess
it's-
I was wondering like why this boat does a tour.
It's
like
the
what
last
is it?
of.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
An historic boat is one thing, because we've seen those come through town and old men freak
Yeah,
out.
Yeah.
like a old big wood boat.
But somehow,
Old big wood boat.
this boat gets better.
Yeah.
It's an historic boat because it once belonged to General George S. Patton.
Wait, Patton owned that boat?
That was Patton's
yacht.
So that's
Schooner.
what makes it like an iconic boat.
Yes,
So that's
George.
Patton's yacht.
Yes, George Patton owned it. Generals had schooners.
He was, I think, when he served, he was he may have been the richest person ever in the U.S. Army.
But it's because his parents had money.
Yeah,
right?
the family had big bank.
Okay. And for those who may be younger, could you quickly give me a 15-second synopsis of General S. Patton? Go.
He was probably the greatest tank general of all time.
Corncob pipe.
Yep. No, that's MacArthur.
No, you're right. I take that back.
Patton had ivory-handled six-shooters
Yes.
that he would fire during battles at Nazi tanks.
Was it?
And he was very arrogant. He was very full of himself.
Was it Patton when they took Japan that he insisted because he was tall? He took a picture with all the Japanese emperor, to make them look smaller.
He wouldn't have been over.
Okay, look. Why you gotta ruin everything? Why you gotta ruin? Say, I asked you want to run your mouth
Well,
about
you
facts?
asked him for a history
I did.
lesson.
So there's a famous picture of Hitler and him punching Hitler in the mouth.
You think
That's
he
a
would have just?
picture.
Popped.
Okay.
You think he would have just captured him in that moment?
Yeah,
he
right.
popped him good.
And then he left.
Take it,
Hold on,
Hitler.
let's pose for this.
Okay, great. So,
Pretend like I'm hitting you really hard.
so the boat that will be here in Rochester,
That's Patton's goddamn boat.
it belonged to Patton. You hear how excited he's getting right now?
That is so cool.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
if whatever man over 50 goes down to this boat, it would
Yeah.
be impossible.
You're gonna get a whole bunch more of that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, not only are you going to get history, it's also going to be impossible for that man over 50 to not do an impression of Patton while near the boat. Am I wrong?
That's true.
Okay. But here's where it gets even cooler.
But,
Because old boat, you guys love that stuff.
yeah.
Old boat with military history
Yeah.
and a guy like Patton, oh man. But this boat,
Yeah.
you don't just get to look at it,
What do I do?
you can sail on it.
Really? Wait, they're going out on it?
Starting on Thursday, they will be selling trips on the boat. A daytime sail will cost you $69. A nighttime sail will cost you $89. And if you're interested, there is a link to buy tickets on News 8's website.
Wait, they got a night cruise?
Yeah.
Oh, god damn.
One of my favorite classic rock songs.
How'd it go?
Night Cruise!
Cruise with Patton. Punch Hitler in the mouth.
Is there a bar on this boat?
That I don't. Well, it's Patton's boat. Yeah, there's a bar
Oh,
on this
man,
boat.
it-
No, I don't know if there's a bar on the boat. It looks like everything you think it would look like, right? It's like a piece of American history.
Wicked cool.
No guy Tommy's age would be able to resist.
Right.
Tommy, would you spend the 69
Oh,
or 89?
yeah. I'm taking that night cruise.
Night cruise. Are you really?
I would do both.
Why? It's the same.
It's
I mean,
route.
how
two
many rides do you
experiences.
get
Shut
on
up.
the boat?
Shut up, you douchebag.
I will say
Shut
that
up, you douchebag.
night sailing is a unique experience.
Oh, my God.
Why?
It is. It's the
'Cause
water
the
is different.
Sky is dark.
The water's different. It's a darker water.
The water is different. The air is different.
Oh, black water, patent scooter.
No, a night sail is very.
Shut up, you dick.
Okay, so then why don't you just do the night sail?
No,
Why
I
you guys
wouldn't do
the
both.
I want to see the day sail, too. I want to see the day water and night water.
But you got to do the day one first, then come back for the night one. Don't reverse it.
I mean, it sounds
better
ridiculous,
experience.
but I'm sure that there are guys that'll sign up for both.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah.
those guys are also dicks. Like the fact that you said there's nothing, like, you've said a lot of arrogant, stupid things into a microphone. There's nothing like a night sail.
It's one of the most unique experiences of your life.
Number one. That's not true. I've had children. What? A night sail is one of the most unique experiences of your life?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I get kid, but kids
Night
are.
sail, birth of children, wedding. Okay.
What's going to be the average age of the person that signs up for one of these trips?
You're looking at
Yeah,
them.
be my age. It had to be retirees mostly,
Okay.
and I should be retired.
Kimmy, I am a little yeah, everyone's been
But I
voting.
spent all my money on
Gimme-
night cruises.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy, I am a little surprised
Yeah.
that they are offering trips on the boat only because guys that are into this type of thing also believe they should be captaining that boat.
Yeah, I mean, but they might let you pose like you're driving the boat, and that might be enough for them.
No, but I'm saying, like, it's not going to be enough because, like, I feel so bad for the skipper of this boat.
Oh God!
Because, one, you're going to have men
Yeah.
trying to convince the skipper, let me take the wheel for a second.
Or there's like a fake wheel on there that you'll
play wheel. A grandpa
play.
play wheel. Yeah, that poor captain's going to have to hear every story of every boat these guys have ever seen.
No, but you're going to do that. Like, you're saying this like you're one of us, but you're not. You're one of them.
Can I tell him when I saw a tugboat
No,
parade
you can
in
tell
Cape
him.
Cod?
You can tell him whatever you want.
I did do that.
You know what the best part is? You would have so many other people to talk to on that boat, and
Yeah.
none of you will talk to each other.
Because you all think you know more than the other guy. And by the way, did you see? You sound like a 4-year-old. Can I tell him I saw a tugboat parade?
It was pretty cool. What was my brother?
I saw me and my brother went to a tugboat parade. There was like 15 tugboats. We saw them go, 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 go. They were like, toot, tugboat parade. Rob writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. We're talking about this historic schooner. It's been restored. It's the original one. It will be in the Port of Rochester. It's there right now. It will be offering sales, $69 for the daytime, $89 for the nighttime. And I just heard from the radio that there's nothing like a nighttime sale.
It is the most unique experience.
It is the boat that once belonged to General George S. Patton. I mean, the thing is beautiful. I'm not even a boat person, but like you see pictures of it, it's pretty remarkable. Rob writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. It's going to be tough to tell if everyone there is in line to see a schooner or if there's a Tommy Muley lookalike contest in Charlotte. What a douche fest. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, they were doing the story on this morning on News 8, and whatever her name was, Iran, I can't pronounce her name, but she was there, and they were trying to blow the ship's horn, which is like a giant conch shell, and she was trying to do it, and the guy's sitting there going, yeah, there's 6 crew members sleeping downstairs. So they were waking them up as they were trying to do this news story this morning.
I mean, it kind of probably comes with the territory, right?
Yeah. You get to blow the big clam.
Are you upset with News 8 for making a loud noise when they were trying to sleep?
No, I just thought it was funny that, the guy the way he responded, he was just like, yeah, there's people sleeping downstairs and we're waking them up.
But she still,
They have
pulled
to
it.
do the night cruise because of all the Tommy Mulets that want to come out.
Yeah. All right, Pete, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Now that Tommy also knows there's a below deck crew on the ship, he's going to want a tour of like their quarters.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Don't you want to see it? How they live?
I guess I'd probably be actually, because of the show, more interested in that than the actual boat.
Ah.
I want to see how you live down here.
Like the galley and all that stuff is cool.
All right, now you bring up a good question because if you listen to the break room, you know that Tommy and Kimmy bond the most over one specific thing. It's a reality show called
Below
deck.
and it's all about this crew.
Yeah, on these yachts
Right.
all over the world.
And it's a clearly scripted series that they make look
That's,
like a reality
has
show.
that been established?
That you guys are idiots.
Either way, don't care.
Can
Still
you
love
believe
it.
these entertaining things keep happening? It's wild. Who
But
saw
now,
that
Tommy, you get to
going? I saw a tugboat parade.
You get to be that annoying guest making requests.
Like Kim and I are convinced we would be better guests than the people that are on the
Yeah,
boat.
of course you are, because they tell the guests what to do, you idiot.
No, but we're nice people.
You just watch one with porn stars on it.
Yes.
What porn stars can afford a weekend on a yacht?
A good one?
You know.
Yeah.
All right, Kimmy, I'm going to ask you this question. Because you bring up Below Deck, and it has a loyal following of
it
women
sure does.
your age and younger.
Oh, no.
Probably.
No. Like women older than me.
Okay, but women that run the gamut.
Yeah,
yeah.
From
Oh, yeah.
18 all the way to 85.
They're stars.
Okay. They're not.
Yes, they are.
Shut.
They draw
Oh.
They do.
huge crowds.
Oh, my God.
He's not
Oh,
kidding.
my God. Fine. They're
These guys are
stars.
TV stars.
Okay.
They're bigger than Seinfeld ever wishing could be.
Such a weird comparison.
Yeah, look at his age. See, this is what you're going to hear on this effing boat, man.
Bigger that show is bigger than Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke. Kimmy, who loves a sailboat more? Old men or 20-something women?
Well, this
I'm
thing.
gonna say when it comes to like an historic boat that comes into town. Like
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said who loves a sailboat more? Old men or 20-something women?
Any sailboat.
Any sailboat, because this is a sailboat.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I don't know about the sailboat. I don't know if that's as interesting as if it's like a mega yacht or
Okay.
something.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Fine. All right, I'm going to throw this out.
Oh, I said if you own a boat as a guy, you're going to get laid.
No,
you will
I
get the
mean,
ladies.
No, we've talked to Party Boat Mark.
Except for him. He's the only guy that blew the boat deal.
Look, 20-something women
Yeah.
and 50-plus men love sailboats for different reasons. But the only place you are going to find those two types of people in the same spot are around a sailboat.
Yeah.
Which is weird because they've made newer and better boats.
Yeah.
Like this is a boat that is powered by wind.
Mm-hmm.
And Tommy, you always crush people that are into older technology. We bring up vinyl. Oh, they made CDs and MP3s. We bring up trains. Oh, you ever heard of a thing called the car? Vintage clothing you crush.
Yeah.
They have made boats better than sailboats.
Yes, they do.
Yet you get all bonery any sailboat that shows up in the Greater Rochester area.
Because they represent history and they're majestic.
Oh,
when you look
majestic, it's not a horse, you
yes,
dick.
it's close to a horse.
It's a water horse?
It's a floating horse.
That's called a seahorse.
By the way, sailboat, you're way more likely to get seasick on too.
Yeah, they
Is
do
that true?
rock.
Yeah, well, it tilts.
It
goes-
lists either way.
It tilts.
And when you're tacking, it can be quite, wobbling around.
It can be quite wild. You were trying to use professional terms and
Wobbling
you ran out.
around.
You ran out of terms.
What do they call it? Wobbling
Well,
around.
wobbling around.
Have reached our term limit.
Very
I'm
wobbly.
I'm tapped nautically.
All right, 252 WCMF. 252-9263. As we talk about this schooner again, the name of the schooner that is in the Port of Rochester right now, it's called When and If. It was once owned by General George S. Patton, who's been completely restored. Not only do you get to go look at it, and it is beautiful. You can pay to go on it. Daytime sales cost $69. Nighttime sales cost $89. And I heard from a pretty reliable source, you'll never have an experience in your life like a nighttime sail.
Being on that majestic vessel at that time of the evening, it'll take your breath away.
Sunset sail.
You're going to feel like Patton did.
Do I want to feel like Patton did? He didn't look like the happiest guy.
Well, he was killing people for a living.
Exactly.
So why would you want to feel like
But
that?
I think off time, he probably liked to relax on the boat with his wife.
Baron Von Butt writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. Tugging and a boating and a tugging. All right. I don't know if you're allowed to answer this question because you are obviously biased. So I'm going to have to turn to Kimmy again.
Okay.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
What?
people who know how to sail, are they automatic douchebags?
Who know how to sail.
People who know how to sail, are they automatic douchebags?
I mean, yes, but I also want to ride on your boat. So
How does that work?
I don't know. I just invite me on your boat.
You're interested in a sailboat?
Any boat.
Maybe you're not a boat person at all.
Never been a boat guy.
I
My
know.
old man had a boat. Maybe that ruined the
Well,
boat
he
experience.
didn't really have a boat.
He had a boat.
The
That
head thing was kind of a boat.
like when he got it, it was nice.
All right.
When you leave it uncovered on the side of the house for 15 years, it becomes less nice.
I mean, I would think if you have a sailboat and you're going to sail, you're a little bit snobbier than your average boater because
little bit?
Because
But you're a
you feel
hands-on
like-
boater.
You'll feel like I'm in it because I love the
Right.
feel of it.
No, but like that's just it. Like
I mean, those are sailors, man. They're the best people.
Rochester has a sneaky sailing community.
Yeah.
You have a huge one here.
Yeah. Like there are multiple sailing clubs. There are schools in Section 5 that have sailing teams.
Yep.
And if you look on any body of water in the greater Rochester area any day in the summer, you are going to see at least one, probably multiple sailboats.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree? People who know how to sail are automatic douchebags.
No, I think they're good. They're good people. I mean, they really understand navigation. And
That
charts.
doesn't make them not a
It
douchebag.
makes them great people.
Okay.
They're salt of the earth. They're salt of the sea.
You know what's funny, Kimmy?
What?
If someone he liked had a sailboat, he would say that guy's the coolest guy in the world.
Yeah.
If someone he didn't like had a sailboat, that guy's a
That's how it
massive
works.
douche.
Okay, but most of the people I know that own sailboats that I've been on were nice people.
Everyone that you have every time you've ever described going on a sailboat, you have crushed the person that owns that
I
sailboat.
told you one of the funniest sailboating stories of all time with the old owner of the comedy club had a sailboat, and me, him, and Beth Donahue, the old comic that got me this job, we went out sailing one day, and it was the funniest day of my life.
But it's only because it was a bunch of trash on a boat.
It was so funny.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Right.
We're an honest show.
Yeah.
Do you have a sailing outfit ready to go?
Yeah, I think I'm wearing it.
No, that's not.
I mean, he probably has multiple outfits.
So when I go on a boat, yeah, I know how to dress to go on a boat.
Like,
yeah.
but you don't have a specific already in your head boating outfit.
Oh yeah, I got nice shorts, nice top.
Top?
Yeah, I got deck shoes.
Ooh, that's the key.
Can you wear sneakers on a boat?
Proper
Yes,
footwear.
proper one.
You should. I think they say you should wear something like that more over flip-flops or sandals.
No, like the sneakers I have on now. Can I wear that on a
No,
boat?
you're not trashing up the goddamn deck with those.
What are you talking about?
You got a proper shoe. You got America's Cup, Sperry topsider.
By the way, that America's Cup thing, why is that still a thing?
Why sailing? It's cool.
It's not. No, it's not. Because if
Those-
it was, name me one person that's ever competed in America's Cup.
Connors and Ted Turner.
Okay, other than the guy.
Ted Turner won it.
Other than the guy you know for already being a billionaire and owning the Braves and creating a video to play in case the world ends.
And I don't know the guy's name, but there's a guy from here that's been in it.
Oh, so when I say, okay, so he's from here.
I don't know the guy's
I
name.
go, what's his name? And you go, it's really impressive. I can't tell you what his name is, but he lives next door to me. You're a douche. Is there a dress code to get on things like this? Serious question for people that want to go down.
I mean, if you're going to go on a really nice boat,
yeah.
yeah, you should dress up.
I bet you if you buy a ticket to get on here, they'll probably have some things you got to follow, some rules
Yeah, I
you
mean,
got to follow.
You should look, you should look tight,
Okay. I'm going to read this from
sailing
Madison.
tight.
I'm going to read this from Madison. This is Lady.
Okay.
Lady Madison on Instagram. Because we're a fair show here, right? Yeah. Madison writes, people that own sailboats are not a-holes. Ha 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 ha. My dad has been sailing since he was 14. Instead of thinking they're rich, he sailed because camping was the only trip his parents could take a vacation. Camping in Lake George. When you camp on the islands in Lake George, you can only get there by boat. My dad's the coolest guy. He will teach anyone to sail. We've owned the same sailboat since 2005, and we just used it last weekend. He's an economical sailor.
Okay.
He uses it to get to work every day. He packs his lunch.
Much like a pirate.
He makes himself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Then he jumps on his sailboat and gets off into work.
Go to work at Lake George.
All right. People are very upset. Nick is upset. That
What?
he says, horrible take, Pat. You're crapping on someone who has a skill, a dying skill that not a lot of people can do. So when the world gets sucked up in the ocean, these guys are going to be fine. But you'll be calling them douchebags. Now Nick has us living in Waterworld.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Kevin Costner terrible.
I'm sure there may be some other problems at that point.
All right, let's take a break. We have reached the sport dark times.
Oh yeah.
The NBA season is over. Oklahoma City, your NBA champions. The NHL season is over. The Florida Panthers are your NHL champions. Now, until training camp starts, we just have baseball.
Play ball.
Except for tonight.
What's tonight?
Tonight, it's not an actual competition, but it will be your last chance to witness greatness in another way from brand new professional athletes.
Okay.
Because if there is one pro sports draft you have to watch for the reasons you don't think you do, it's the one tonight.
All right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. We have officially reached the sports dark times.
Yes.
Baseball only until we get to the beginning of NFL training camp. But tonight, you will have one final look at the future of this sport. And I'm telling you, even if you're not someone who likes watching these drafts, which I get because it's kind of a business meeting, you need to tune into this one.
So there's a hook.
Well, it's a reminder of what you would do if you were handed millions of dollars when you were a teenager.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 9 o'clock this morning, we are not breaking news when we tell you again that it is almost impossible to buy a home in the greater Rochester area.
Yeah.
We showed up on another national list yesterday of the top 10 highest home selling over asking price in America. So you don't even really get a chance to pick what kind of home you want.
You just got to take what's there.
Exactly. Which is interesting in this story because if people our age, Kimmy, you and I, had our choice, we'd be looking for one specific type of home. And I think it's because of the homes, Kimmy, that people started buying when we were in high school.
Oh.
And we'll get into it.
Okay.
Just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So NBA has their champion, Oklahoma City Thunder. Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup. And now it is baseball until football starts. But tonight, you have an opportunity to watch the NBA draft.
So what happened?
Oh, the NBA draft's tonight.
The NBA draft is tonight, 8 o'clock on ESPN, I believe. Duke's Cooper Flagg, tall-ass, skinny white kid.
Okay.
He will be going first overall. And I get that Rochester's not a big NBA town.
Yeah.
But I would argue, Tommy, that the NBA draft is the greatest of all the drafts, only for the suits and accessories that all of the draft picks are wearing.
So they're all blinged out?
Tommy, if you want to see the greatest suits that ever existed in the history of mankind, you watch the NBA.
Yeah.
Well, it's also like you're going to get more international guys in there, too. So you see, what was it, Victor Wembanyama? I can never say his name. Wembanyama.
The Frenchman.
Like he was in there, and he was in like a pretty sweet, like green. Wasn't it like a green blazer? I can remember it.
Or a beret.
Oh, he did?
No, you idiot.
Oh, why couldn't he wear a beret?
He could if he wanted to. He didn't.
So it's the outfits.
But you're getting people from like all over the world in this draft.
Okay, it's not just the outfits. It's the suits. It's the shoes.
Okay.
It's the jewelry. It's the watches.
So they're just tricked out.
Bro, it is. Here's
Where do they get all this money up? I guess they're going to get a contract. So
yeah, there's two ways this goes. Sometimes their agents will front them a couple of like $1 million and then charge them interest. But now these kids coming out of college.
They're rich.
Yeah, they got NIL money. And the kids that'll be taken in the first 15 picks were making a lot of money from these colleges. So they've had this money. And this is really their first time off the court displaying themselves to America.
So, but this gangly kid.
Cooper Flagg.
Is he going to be like that too?
It's all of them.
Oh,
Every
really?
single one. It doesn't matter where you are
You never
from.
see somebody who's underdressed.
Yeah.
Like nobody's wearing like what looks like a first communion suit.
Or sweats.
And like here's the thing, these like high-end designers go out of their way to try and dress these guys.
I mean, you're dressing a model, in especially in this draft. Like I'm guessing like if the high-end designers like they beeline for the NBA draft because that's those guys are going to make your clothes look the best.
I agree with you 100%. But here's the thing. The NBA draft is better for outfit and jewelry game than any other draft because it is a fun reminder of what you would have done if someone handed you millions of dollars and put you on international television at 18, 19, 20 years old.
All the bad financial decisions you would make in an instant.
Exactly. NFL players, they're slightly older when they get drafted. They have multiple years in college, right? They're a little more mature. These NBA players tonight are going to be 17, 18, 19 years old. Cooper Flagg, didn't he just turn 18? He started at Duke at 17.
Oh, he's already out?
18, 19.
I thought he requalified. Like he made himself a year, graduated early so he could get to Duke
he's
sooner.
18.
Yeah. So this is an 18-year-old kid who is debuting to the world, himself off the court with millions of dollars. Bro, think about what you would have put on your body.
Yeah, what you'd buy.
Money is not an object. You want the world to see you in this way, and every 18-year-old kid, no matter how old or mature you are now, is going to make themselves look like a total idiot. I don't even want to think about what I would have put on to show the world at 18 with unlimited money.
I wonder if one of these guys is going to try to bring back the oversized suit look.
So the oversized suit game was big when Kimmy and I were in high school?
Is that the one that had like 1 million buttons on the jacket?
There's like an iconic picture of, I think it was Carmelo Anthony's draft, and they're all in like these big oversized, like none of the suits look like they fit them right.
LeBron,
but
Dwayne
I'm waiting
Wade,
for that to come back because I noticed that it is bigger with Gen Z to wear suits like that.
That's a good point.
They look so stupid.
Of course they do. But
It could look
they
like
all
a
look like
complete
they're running
throwback.
like some country.
Yes, they do. They look like dictators.
Yeah.
They all look like
Every
dictators.
dictator has those long jackets with buttons on it, right?
No, but here's the thing. I mean, Kimmy, you bring up how dumb the big suits look. 5 years after every NBA draft, everyone in their outfit looks like a complete idiot.
Yeah.
Right? That's how fast these things change.
Yeah, it does move quick.
But, I mean, it's just so much fun. And there is something about, too, I love the joy on these guys' faces, right? Like, they're accomplishing this childhood dream, but they're still children at the same time. Like,
And
there's
they're
something.
rich.
I also have a
It's
question.
very romantic.
Yeah.
Why because when the NFL guys, when they go up there and they get their team's hat, like it's fitted for their head, it looks good. Do they not do that in the NBA? Because I always feel like they can never fit the hat on their head
Yeah.
the right way. Like they must be like one size fits all, and it's just like however this sits on your head, fine.
Can I throw a theory out?
Go ahead.
Are NBA players weirder shaped than NFL players?
I don't know.
At their heads.
But it never seems to like fit their head right.
Well, they're always taller. Right? Most NBA players
Yeah,
are
every
taller.
guy's over 6'5".
Does that affect the shape of your head? I'm being
Well,
serious.
well, yeah,
Some
probably.
of those NFL guys are huge.
I understand.
But these guys are thin and huge, right?
Does that affect the shape of your head where the
don't
hat
know.
won't fit the right
Yeah,
way?
you don't have a big fat head.
Okay. But that would make the hat fit better,
Yeah, you would think.
right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Kimmy, that's a good question.
Yeah,
I'm going to count.
I'm gonna pay attention to it now because I remember the last few drafts that I've caught. It just never seemed like the hat fit them right.
No, that's a good call. I'm going to count ill-fitting hats tonight. So 252 WCMF with the NBA draft tonight, even if you're not interested, in basketball, the reason to watch is for the outfits. Outside of the NBA draft,
Yeah.
I would argue the only other draft appointment television is the NHL draft, which is also coming up.
Yeah, why do they do this in the same week? Can we like space it out a little
I
bit?
mean, does anybody watch the NHL draft other
Probably
than me?
not.
You'd
But
better
if
watch
you
the
want
NHL.
somebody to watch it, why would you like overlap it with it? I mean, not that they overlap the same week.
No,
It's literally the next day.
I get what you're saying. Well, you also end the season at the same time.
I guess.
The NHL draft
Yeah.
is worth watching because
What do they do?
Eastern European teenage draft picks.
Oh, they got, yeah.
Every one of them looks like a Russian secret agent.
But they're styling.
They also look like they're 15.
Yeah, well, they are. Some of them are like 15. Hair slicked back.
They look like gangsters.
Yes, the tightest suits you've ever seen. Pocket
Yeah.
square that you could use as a tent.
But they look European.
They look the most like the most angular faces.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you were to punch them, like they would immediately bleed. Just the sharpest cheeks and chins. I'm telling you, man. The one thing that the Eastern Europeans still do in the NHL draft that bothers me,
But
shoes, no socks.
oh,
Skeeves me out.
well, usually they wear those low socks. You just don't see them.
No, they're barefooted. Those are barefooted
How do
Eastern
you know?
Europeans.
Did you check?
I'm telling you, I have been to the NHL draft.
Ooh.
Let me see here. It was free. It was in
What?
Buffalo. You could just walk in.
Oh, sorry.
I said, show me your feet, Igor.
Take your shoes off.
Right now. Let me see your Eastern European feet right now. No socks. There were no socks in there. All right, so if you want to watch it, it's tonight, 8 o'clock on ESPN. They're doing it over 2 nights now.
2 nights?
Yeah, there's only 2 rounds, right?
Yes, but like who's going to watch?
I know.
Who's going to sit down for the second round of the
Imagine-
NBA
that
draft?
sucks for those guys that were right on the cusp of being drafted in the first. And now do you show up for day 2 in a different suit?
I feel like that's why they do it, though, is to like, oh, this person didn't get picked tonight, or they
All right,
get
well,
picked
yeah.
tomorrow.
All right.
And here's the thing: I make fun of the second round. I mean, Jalen Pickett, Aquinas graduate, was a second-round pick last year in the NBA draft, and he was playing legitimate minutes for the Nuggets all year long,
Okay.
up and through the playoffs. So,
All right.
and by the way, I do not believe there are any Rochester kids that are
In the draft.
expected to be drafted. Are there any Syracuse prospects that are expected to be drafted?
This is a tough year for them.
Yeah.
So I don't-
It's been a tough
I don't-
couple of years.
I don't know if, yeah. I can't even name somebody on the team right now.
What the hell happened? There was always one. Every year you could watch the draft expecting to see somebody. And it just stopped. This sucks. No orange suits.
Damn it.
All right, let's take a break. You don't really have a choice right now if you're trying to buy a home where that house is going to be
Yeah.
or what kind of house you want to buy. So we haven't really had this data, but Kimmy found something that is quite interesting.
What's she find?
Well, one, you boomers are not selling your houses anymore, and it doesn't matter what you want. We're sick of you.
Yeah.
Gen Z isn't even at the point where they can think about buying a house
yeah.
right now. So if there are houses being sold, Kimmy, most of them are being sold to millennials.
I would think so.
Okay. And we are finally finding out if millennials had a choice.
I mean, that's used, right?
Yep, us. What type of home they would want.
Oh, like what your dream home would look like.
Not so much dream. Yeah, I guess it would be.
Like what you would want.
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to get into it. It's a little surprising.
Okay.
Next here at the break room on CMF. Like right now, it feels like people in the greater Rochester area will take any home they can get.
Oh, yeah.
But if you had a choice,
Yes.
this story is an interesting look at what folks in their 30s and 40s would like to buy and why this may be the case.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:25, 9:30. There are lots of things in your life, what you do, what you eat, that can predict when you're going to die.
Oh.
Early death.
Yeah.
But there's a study this week that says something you can't control is a very accurate indicator of when you're going to go.
Do I want to know this?
I don't know. Actually,
Because you have no control over it.
You have no control over this at all. In fact, this is something that really bothers people, like to the point where they'll go to psychiatrists.
Oh, damn.
And if you get these, not good.
I get them?
We'll tell you what they are just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Fun fact.
What's that?
Millennials are buying older homes more than ever before. This according to research done by real estate website Redfin. And they say several cities in western New York are leading the trend. Now, when we say older homes, we mean homes built in like the 30s, 40s, 50s.
Oh, you're talking way back.
You got it. Like yeah, exactly. So they give a couple of reasons why. One, it turns out that we in America have not been building a lot of homes the last 20 years.
Oh, really?
When the 2008 recession hit.
Oh, that big, that was the housing crisis.
You got it. People stopped building new homes, which is one of the reasons we're in the situation we're in right now.
Yeah.
So there aren't a lot of homes after 2008 to go ahead and buy. 30-year or older homes have been, on average, 15% less expensive than the median home price.
Yeah.
So you're saving money if one comes available. And fun fact, right now, in America, the typical home purchased is 36 years old.
Damn, that's an old-ass crusted house.
Not as old as you think.
Really?
It means it would be built in 1989.
Yeah.
Oh, so shoddy.
It's funny you bring that up.
Yeah.
Now, it's very possible that millennials, folks in their 30s and 40s, are buying these homes because they are all that are available or because, like it said, they are cheaper.
Yeah. Well, they probably need work.
Yeah. I mean, Kimmy, that's the boat you found yourself in when you guys were shopping.
But you went super old.
Yeah. I mean, our house is about 100 years old. And to be honest, I'm thinking about it since I've moved out of my parents' house, aside from like the apartment we had just before we moved into our house, I don't think I lived in a house or an apartment that wasn't at least 100 years old.
For 6 months, she bored out the middle of a tree. Lived in there. Did it with
Yeah,
a
and I
T.
mean, especially the area you're looking to live in, that could be mostly what's available.
I mean,
you know?
yeah, if you want to live in the
Yeah.
city of Rochester, there's not going to be anything new.
Yeah, you're
Well,
not going
what
to
is
find
it-
any new builds.
All right.
Can I throw a theory?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I think there's an overlooked reason why millennials want homes that were built before.
They
like,
want them.
Yes, 1990. Millennials know how bad McMansion living is.
Yeah.
If you grew up in the late 90s or the early 2000s in the greater Rochester area, we were building McMansions. And when I say McMansions,
They're like planned communities.
you got it. And those
Yeah.
really fast, you had those vaulted ceilings
Yeah.
and it looked really, really nice. But then you walked inside and sneezed and there was a hole in the drywall all of a sudden, right? They looked beautiful from
Oh,
the
yeah.
outside. Vaulted ceilings, giant kitchen, huge basements.
Yep.
Huge basements. And the best part was everyone could get one because they were giving out mortgages to everybody.
Yeah. That's how we got in trouble.
You know what the best part about living in those McMansion homes are? Nothing.
Yeah.
Because those houses have all kinds of
A
problems.
lot of flaws.
Everything was made on the cheap. The drywall, the water heaters, the furnaces, all the appliances that came with the house, they were constantly breaking. There were like everyone that has one grew up in one of these houses, you can remember 5 separate holes in the wall. And like if you drove
Oh, I worked with that guy.
if you drove by the house,
Yeah.
you looked like a millionaire. If you owned one of these places, you are miserable. And I know this because I bought one having no idea.
Oh, that's right.
And it's like
yeah.
weird problems that show up that you don't see coming. Like you can't flush the toilet while somebody's in the shower.
Yes.
Or like, you know what I mean? Or like the hot water. Don't run the hot water if somebody else is using it because it's not only going to work in one sink at a time.
The
like,
corner of
like
one
weird stuff like that.
the corner of one of the shelves in my kitchen
Yeah.
just started like falling off. And there's like turns out there's metal underneath it.
Oh,
I had no
nice.
idea. So
Yeah.
like that's a thing I got to deal with now, right?
Yeah.
The older homes in Rochester, especially in Rochester, are rock solid.
Well, yeah, because they were literally made out of
Sturdy.
rock.
Yes.
Very sturdy.
Stone, brick.
But like Kimmy's house in the city, you see in places like Greece, Gates, Irondequoit, East Rochester, these post-war baby boom neighborhoods. All of these homes are still standing, and they all look relatively good.
Well, and there are features in my house that I could not afford if I built a new house. Like just something as simple as like crown molding and like the detail in some of these like older homes. Like, if you wanted that in a new house, it would cost you a crap load of money
100%.
and time.
Yeah, you're right. And the little details in the older homes, too, are things you just don't get. Like, if it has a fireplace, like the brick in front of the fireplace is beautiful. But that's going to cost you like $10,000.
Right.
Not like a standard in homes.
I like a cozy insert.
But
and a gas log.
Do you know when do you know when the house you live in was built?
1940, right after the war. So
Okay.
I think it was built in 47.
So you got one of these places.
Yeah, it's got the old fireplace.
Do you have issues with it?
Well, we did a remodel on it, so no.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
A remodel?
I love how you say we. She did a remodel. Well, you stood
I was
back.
there.
Hey, boys.
Hey, I
thanks a
let the
lot.
guys in and stuff.
I let the guys in. Look, I would argue that millennials are not buying older homes because they have to.
Yeah.
That we are doing it because we know the homes we grew up in were not good
because you saw your
homes.
parents getting drained.
Well, I mean, look, Tommy, you grew up in one of these new builds in Webster.
Well, I built that place, yeah.
Want to try that again?
I built it with my own hands.
I hired the guy. We built it.
You watched a man build a house.
My ex and I built it, yes.
Do you notice a difference between the house you grew up in Webster and the house you live
This
in
is
now?
the funniest thing you bring this up. So in my basement, it was a nice house. It had one major support beam that ran the length of the basement, right?
Okay.
They're in every house. The house I live in now is not as big. It was built in 1946. It has 3 of those. Like the difference in like just the base, it's like those older homes are so overbuilt.
Yeah.
Because, I guess they didn't know any better. They could have got away with half of it.
Well, bro, like I remember, I tell you about the house I grew up in when I was a kid on Marita Road in Gates, right? And we had a hole in the roof and whatever. But the walls, I don't know what they were made of. They were impenetrable. My brother and I would run full speed into the wall
We
playing
put it
football.
to the test.
Kimmy, we never there is never a hole in the wall. Plenty of holes in the ceiling.
Okay.
Never a hole in the wall. There was
And y'all was some big boys.
Yeah, we were, bro. Like we broke a couple of windows, nothing. We could not break anything in that house.
Yeah.
And I kind of assumed that's what all houses were.
Yeah.
So like when we bought the house and I put a hole in the drywall by accident in the first 2 weeks.
In the house you're in now.
In the house we live in now, and I was like, what is happening? What happened?
There are some luxuries though that you won't get with those older homes, like closet space.
Okay.
Yeah, the rooms
Storage
are small.
space. Like your basement probably isn't going to be much use to you because if it's a really old basement, you probably can't even stand up straight in
Sure,
it.
fair statement.
And another thing too that they didn't really put many of these in older homes, bathrooms. Like the amount of
Yeah.
homes with just one
they're
single
tight.
bathroom that you may think like won't be a big deal until you start living in that house with the one bathroom and you forget. Like it does become an issue.
No, you're right. The house I grew up in, 3 bedrooms, 1
Yeah.
bathroom, 6 people. It
Yeah.
was a nightmare.
I don't know how you did that.
Like I said, someone took a dump, someone took a shower, someone brushed their teeth.
That's so gross.
What do you? I mean, again, like
I know.
I thought that was normal until like somebody found out.
Well, it is
how
if
we
you're
lived.
poor, yeah. Well, no, you were poor. Why? I mean, you basically break it down.
I tell you what my experience was. Like, oh, you busted ass.
No, I don't mean busted ass, but Joe came up, squalor.
252 WCMF 252-9263. There's a new study that says millennials are buying older homes more than ever. Part of that is because we stopped building homes in America after the 2008 home crisis. 30-year-old homes or older are on average 15% less than standard homes, and folks in their 30s and 40s are going for those because those are what available. But I would argue that growing up in McMansions, if you grew up in the 90s, 2000s, seeing your friends do it, you want those older homes. So here's the problem.
Yeah.
As we talk about the benefits of homes that were built, I don't want to say the right way, a different way,
Yeah.
we could be headed back to a bad spot right now.
Oh, yeah, because people are desperate for housing.
You got it.
So here comes the rush job.
And that's just it. Several housing experts agree, and if you work in building, contracting, whatever, 252 WCMF, Most homes were built the way they were in the late 90s and early 2000s because they were throwing them up as fast as possible because everyone was getting mortgaged.
Yeah.
Well, our housing shortage now is worse than it was then.
Slap them up, boys.
You got it. And I guess what I'm wondering, is this just something we accept in a house now?
That you're going to have some problems?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unless you are loaded and you can build a house to the exact specifications that you want, that a year or two after you move in, you are going to have issues that
You're
you
going to have headaches.
never imagined.
Yeah.
The other frustrating thing about
And it's going to drain you.
Yes, exactly.
And
Both
and you're not-
emotionally and
Oh, yeah.
financially.
Yeah.
And they're problems, like we said earlier, you don't see coming. You don't know what's going to be the issue with that house. It's hard to prepare for it when you don't know what's going to go.
What sucks the hardest here, and I guess it's short of taking advantage, but like there was a time.
There was a time.
Thank you, Tommy, where people would buy 2 or 3 houses in their life.
Yeah.
You had what's called a starter home.
Yeah.
Then you had your family home.
Yeah.
And then maybe you got to upgrade after that.
Yeah.
But people don't have that luxury anymore.
No.
Right? So these people in their 30s now that are buying their first homes, they don't have the knowledge that people in their 30s buying homes 30 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
what to look for, what not to look for, what could go wrong, what could not go wrong. So you are a blind baby walking into this potential disaster of a McMansion.
And you could be stuck there for a long time.
Not could be. You will be stuck there
Yeah.
for a long time. The other weird thing,
What's that?
the new homes that are going up now,
Mm-hmm.
they look just like the homes that were built in the 2000s. Like,
Well,
if
the same style.
yeah, if you showed me a home built in like 2001 and a home that was built last week, they are the exact same shape.
Yeah.
They are the exact same layout. If you walk inside and that 2001 home was taken care of well, you wouldn't know the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Every other decade in America, you can look at the outside of a house and instantly know when it was
Oh,
built.
yeah.
40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. At a glance.
But where else would you take it now? You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Like the design. Like the modern design now, where else would that go?
I don't know. But couldn't they have said the same thing in the 40s? Because, like, the house I grew up in looked like a house.
But they look like boxes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, okay, and then
Like my neighborhood, built in the late 40s, they're just little boxes around it.
Yeah.
But the ugliest design was the split level.
I always loved split level houses.
They just look so ugly.
Why are you a judgmental
You think those
bitch?
look ugly?
A split level
Like from the
house?
outside?
Yeah.
Huh.
No, my
I never
parents had
thought of
one.
those as ugly.
And they're just weird shaped, like to walk around in. My parents had one with what they called a sunken living room.
Yeah.
So like, if you just walk in for some reason, this room is 2 feet below this room.
I think that looks kind of cool.
So here's the thing. When I was a kid growing
What are
up,
you,
Yeah.
Dick Van Dyke?
I played baseball with the school with a kid named Sean McGrain.
Yeah.
And the McGrain family had a split level home exactly how you're
The
describing.
sunken. They call it a sunken, and that was like a special feature.
I
was-
would love a sunken living room. It looks cozy.
Thank you. It was. They had a
Don't
fire.
drink,
Why?
because you're gonna take a header, man.
They had a fireplace down there, Kimmy.
Yeah.
They had the shag carpeting.
Yeah.
So you had the standard living room, the sunken living room, the kitchen and dining room, and then they had to go upstairs a little to get to their
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
bedroom.
everything was just a little over here and a little over there.
It was like living in a labyrinth. It was, and they had bunk beds. The McGrain boys had bunk
yeah,
beds.
so did we.
Yeah,
in Jersey, yeah.
they had everything I always wanted. I wanted multi-level rooms and multi-level beds.
Oh, I thought you said a loving family.
With that too. I mean, I wasn't around the McGrains much. I can't speak for how their family was. Alicia writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. She writes, when house hunting, my husband thought we could compromise with no basement and a small house. I put my foot down. I said, no. We need something for when we have kids. We don't have kids right now. The basement, the garage, the shed, they were put up filled with so much of his crap. I secretly gloat. We held out for 2 years to find the perfect home. You better hope that you were right,
Yeah.
Alicia, if you're gloating now.
Yes.
Because, like, if you screw up, he's not going to let you live that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Would you agree or disagree that homes built earlier were built better?
Well, they were overbuilt, so yeah, they were sturdier homes.
Okay. What year in humanity is too far back for you to be like, ooh, that's a home that I want?
Oh, too far back.
Because we've been in Rochester since the 1700s. There are homes that still exist
Yes.
Yeah.
that have been standing since the late 1700s.
Right.
At what year are you like, it's too old for
That's
me?
too
I
old
can't
for
do it."
me?
Yeah.
I would say anything in the 1920s or 30s.
Really?
Yeah.
So
Oh,
anything
that's
that
too old.
previous?
Like, I want air conditioning, heat. I don't like their floor plan.
I don't like their floor plan.
Yeah, I don't like narrow stairways and stuff like that.
You're the only one in the room that can operate a narrow
I
stairway.
understand, but I like a little space. So I would say, Yeah, no, I'll take a pass.
See, the reason I ask is Jimmy writes us on Instagram.
Yeah.
He says, my house was built in 1875. The main beams in the basement are basically logs. The framing is hand-cut, real 2x4s, and the foundation is field stone.
Ooh.
I mean, there's something cool about that, right?
I guess I don't want to live in it. It's like a little house in a prairie crap.
Well, no, I mean,
that's like frontier living.
If I lived in a house that was built in 1875, I would be that dick that told everybody that walked in, this house was built.
Let me tell you something. A house was built in what year?
1875.
Something horrible happened in that house, and it was standard back
You
then.
could say that
like
to anyone.
that was standard living back then. Something hideous happened in that house. It's there's no way around it.
Could be right. I do remember when we were looking at homes, some of the houses in like the South Wedge area were built that long ago.
Yeah.
And it was when I realized I think these are a little too old for me, just because over time people had done so much to the house
A lot of home cooking too.
that it was almost like this doesn't feel sturdy anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
You know what I
wobbly.
mean? Like people had
that sailboat.
changed the layout and like
It's called a schooner.
there were parts of the house that seemed like it didn't fit with the other part of the house because they tried to modernize. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
that looks
for me,
bad.
I was like, I don't know. This might be a little too old.
I tell you, when I moved in my wife's house, we had the contractor come in. He called this because, man, there's a lot of home cooking in this house. He was finding wires that were clipped that were still live in the walls and stuff like that. Yeah, the guy did it himself.
Man, how close we got to a better co-host. Huh? No, I mean, you're right. You are running a risk when you buy these older homes and finding stuff like that. But here's the thing. I know it's bad. I also kind of find it romantic. Like, you thought this was going to be your house forever.
Yeah, true.
So you didn't care what anyone else was going to see when it was
it
over
looks
with?
it, yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. You said that you thought split-level homes are trashy.
Yeah, they're ugly.
Well, this guy loves them, and he's not trashy. Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to
man.
hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, so much like what Duffy was saying, that his buddy back in the day had a split-level house.
Sean McGrain.
My neighbor, Kelly Rodman, had a split-level house. I love that house.
Yeah, because you have a split-level mouth. You got a sunken tongue.
No, dude, like, I love the sunken living room and everything, and I think actually one of my buddies, we used to go watch UFC fights.
Yeah, you and your buddy go down there in that sunken living room, curl up and watch the fights.
Being very aggressive about his preference for split-level homes.
Why are you mad, Tommy?
Let's go up to the conversation
What did I
pit.
do to you, man?
Why are you mad about split-level homes, Tommy? Why are you mad?
Did somebody touch you in a split-level home, Tommy?
Okay, that got weird. Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. God damn. I'll say this right now to run away from that comment.
Yep.
If I could snap my fingers and all of my stuff would be in a split-level home compared to the home I live in now, I would
Really?
do it immediately.
You'd hate it, man.
I want it. I want it.
It looks cool, but it ain't.
They also had like a secret room off the split-level home. It was like a playroom.
Oh. Okay.
Like in the basement of
Oh.
a yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Renee writes us on Instagram. Okay, so we said, with millennials buying older homes, the argument is they prefer them. I'm making because of how bad McMansions were. Renee looks like a millennial.
Okay.
She writes us, my boyfriend and I are in our late 30s. Okay, probably should have read that first. She's a millennial. And the house he bought, it was built in the 1900s. We have to use window AC units, old school radiator heating, but the house is gorgeous. I'd rather live in that than a newer build. We also have a gorgeous brick fireplace in the living room.
I'd be worried about, to her point, like that old radiator heating and stuff like that.
Like it's going to blow up?
Blow up. What's it cost to run or fix? Like who could even repair? Like if that thing craps the bed, who works on ancient radiators? Like those guys have got to be dead 20 years.
That's a good question. Can I call like Isaac or?
Do they have a guy that fixes that?
They
thing?
have to, right?
But do they have the parts for it?
I mean, I'm sure they still make them if they exist. Can you replace that stuff in these old homes?
You're going to find out because that stuff's going to crap the bed eventually.
Well, yeah. I mean, once it gets past 100 years old. Tom writes us, and this is where I start feeling bad for folks. Like, we watched Kimmy go through this house buying situation.
Yeah.
And that's before it even got bad.
Yeah. We thought it was bad then.
And it took you 2 years.
Yeah. A little
3?
over 2 years probably.
Like, I got really lucky, and we bought our house right before everything started getting crazy.
Yeah.
So we were cool. Tom is in the process of doing that. He tells us on Instagram.
Buying a house now?
Yep, Duffy on WCMF. He says, Whoever said buying your first house would be great obviously lied. It's been a nightmare bidding for the past 2 years, and now that I finally got an offer accepted, I've never been more stressed and nervous in our life. He's right, man.
Yeah. It's scary. As a young person.
And that was doing it when it was easy.
Yeah.
Right?
But the amount of headaches you're staring down, man. Like, I would never want to buy a house again. I would never want to remodel a house again. Like, to your point, they're just a pain in the ass.
I mean, bro, your old man, for all the stupid things he said, he was right about one thing.
What was that again?
You don't own a house.
Oh, yeah, it owns you.
That's right.
That's right.
We'll take one more call before we move on. 252 WCMF. You know, Kimmy had brought up, and I think this is the best part of the old home when it comes to, like, what people get to see.
Yeah.
All the unique things that you find in these old homes
that were just standard back then.
Let's talk to Rob. Hey, Rob, how are you, buddy?
Good, about you?
Good, man. What's up?
My girlfriend and I bought a older home, and because of something unique with the house, we still have family members that grew up in the house to this day wanting to show the tunnel to the kids that they have, their grandkids.
Wait, so you have a tunnel in your house?
Yeah, it goes from the garage to the house. It's like 35, 40 feet long underground.
All right, so I'm going
That's
to
wild.
Rob, I'm going to ask you a question, and maybe you haven't thought about this, and I don't mean to ruin your life by asking you this question. Are you nervous about what the tunnel was there for?
Actually, we later found out that the old guy that lived there got caught with we'll just say an excessive amount of dead deer in the garage and basement.
Oh, so he was hiding venison.
Yeah, basically, he's poaching deer illegally.
Okay, that's actually the best case
Why
scenario.
do you need a tunnel, though?
Keep the deer down there, Kimmy. It's his venison tunnel.
Oh, we kept the deer in the tunnel.
Yeah, I don't know if that's why he built the tunnel, but that's...
So do you use it now?
I mean, you got a tunnel.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Got a tunnel.
Oh, yeah, no, she's right. If
I
you
mean,
have
like
a tunnel,
in the middle
you
of
use a tunnel.
winter, you don't feel like going outside. Just use the tunnel.
When we first moved in, it was kind of creepy, but it's very handy.
All right, well, Rob, you sound really excited about it, and I appreciate the call.
Thank you.
All right, there goes Rob. I got a tunnel. Use it all the time.
And you don't.
It's magnificent. No, Kimmy's right. If you have a tunnel, you use
Oh,
the
yeah.
tunnels.
Owning a tunnel has got to be one of the coolest things you could ever own.
All right. This is bad news.
What happened?
Because there are lots of things you can do, choices you can make that will either extend or shorten your life on average.
Yeah.
This you have no control
And it's
over.
something I can see on my body.
Well, no. It has nothing to do with your body. It has everything to do with your brain.
How am I going to look at my brain?
You can't look at your brain. And if we could look at your brain, you would not be walking around right now. See nothing because you got no brains.
You're empty-headed.
You got split-level brains. I guess maybe you could see a psychiatrist to help with this. But
he would get it out of you?
Well, no, get it out of you. He's not a witch doctor.
No, but like he'd ask you a question.
I don't know. I'll explain what this is,
All right.
and I'll let you decide how bothersome it is. Next, here at the break room on CMF. Smoking, drinking, eating bad food, all those things, on average, can lead to a premature death.
Yep.
But it turns out this study has revealed something that we cannot control that
Yeah.
happens in your head
Oh,
that may be the highest indicator of you going before you should be.
damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, a new study done by the European Academy of Neurological Congress, which we subscribe to.
Oh, yeah,
Right?
great joint.
Absolutely.
Good people.
It found
Yeah.
that people who have night terrors.
Oh, like nightmares and stuff like that?
Okay, so I want to stop right there. Give me your mics off. Are night terrors and nightmares the same thing?
I thought they were the same.
Sound the same.
Okay. Well, no, because, you could just say nightmare. I don't
So
know.
what, you wake up like scared or something?
252 WCMF, because I'm sure there are people that have gone through this before, are going through this. Is a night terror different than a nightmare?
Night terrors and nightmares are not the same thing.
Ah!
Nightmares are bad dreams that you will remember upon waking, while night terrors are a sleep disorder where a person experiences a sudden and intense episode of fear or panic while still asleep, with often no memory of it the next morning. So your significant
Thanks.
other may have to tell you that it happened.
But would they hear them do something?
Yeah, you scream in your
Yeah.
sleep. My wife does this sometimes.
They scream?
So she'll,
Yeah.
well, it's like sleep screams. Ah, ah, ah,
Oh, God.
Give my husband a new co-host. Ah, ah.
Sounds awful.
So this study found that people who had night terrors
Yeah.
on a weekly basis, it was a strong predictor of premature death
Because of the stress.
and faster aging. It might be that. But here's where it gets alarming.
What's that?
Weekly night terrors was a stronger prediction of premature death than smoking, obesity, poor diet, and lack of exercise.
Damn.
This was worse than all of these things, according to the study.
All the vices.
Yes, the study analyzed data from 2,500 children, 8 to 10, analyzed data from over 180,000 adults, 26 to 86, and they've done it over 19 years.
But how can they tell because you don't remember it?
That's a good question. I don't know.
And like you said, even if I went to a doctor, I don't remember having it. So what do we do here?
I have no idea. It does say.
Did they wire up your head?
Yeah, maybe it's a sleep study thing.
Like
I don't
monitor?
know. Maybe these are people maybe they had people they know had night terrors, folks that never reported them, and they compared the data. I have no idea. They did say in this study, rapid biological aging showed up in 40%, accounted for roughly 40% of their increased risk of mortality. So you're aging faster having these night terrors, according to the study.
Damn.
Also,
Right.
people who reported weekly night terrors were 3 times more likely to die before they turned 70 than ones who rarely had them.
Oh. So if you hit 70, you're pretty good.
Well, that's for everything, I think.
Yeah. But I always thought, once you hit 70, 75, if you get past that in good health, I think you got a good run.
No.
No, I'm saying, I'd say you've had no major health issues.
Okay.
And you're 75. I'm thinking you're getting 85.
It's right. What are you basing that on?
Because you've had no health problems. I know people that have had health problems since they were 30.
Okay.
And my old man, right?
Yeah.
But I think if you stay healthy longer, you're going to go longer.
Okay.
Because your stuff's not breaking down.
Okay. Look, I'll take the theory. Show me something that proves that.
You can't.
People die at 74 all the time.
Yeah, but they probably had issues leading up.
Probably doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
I think if you're healthy at 75, you're getting 85.
You said 70 a second ago.
70, 75.
No, there's a huge difference between 70 and 75.
I stand on this statement. If you're healthy at 70, you're getting 85. Unless you get hit by the truck.
The truck, the one truck that exists that hits all 75-year-olds.
And it's looking for you.
252 WCMF. So we were talking about the difference between nightmares and night terrors.
Yeah.
Mark writes us on Twitter, Duffy on WCMF. They are not the same. My son has had night terrors for the last couple of years. He's half asleep, half awake. He'll just scream and cry uncontrollably until it's over.
God
Fun
damn.
times. Yeah, that sounds like
That's
a
what-
nightmare.
It has to be so creepy for
Yes.
parents dealing, because I remember my brother had a buddy who, when they'd have a sleepover or something, he used to wake up, walk to the window, and scream.
Oh, my God.
And I remember thinking, this is terrifying. This is a normal thing that happens in this kid's house. That is scary.
All right, so the people who have family members that experience them or they have experienced them themselves, is there something you can do about them?
Can you take some medication?
Therapy, something like that? And now, the people who did this study, they believe it comes down to just the quality of sleep you get. And we've been finding this out through several studies the last couple of years, that the quality of sleep is also a pretty good predictor of how long you're going to go.
Well, yeah, because sleep's so important.
Yes, which means we're all going to die at a very, very young age, except for you, because apparently you're already going to get to 85. Now I realize why you think that.
And I'm a good sleeper.
Now I get it. Yeah, you are, because you have no soul.
I'll take it.
You need a soul to die.
I would rather go soulless and live longer because you don't even care about nothing.
What? Yeah,
it's
that
great.
is you. I am
know.
describing you.
But that's awesome.
252 WCMF 252-9263. A new study, and it's a pretty in-depth study, found that weekly night terrors were a better predictor of early death than smoking, obesity, poor diet, and lack of exercise. They say these night terrors cause you to age faster. Cortisol is included in there. That's a stress hormone that your body produces when you're like, ah!
Oh.
A lot of guys, skinny fat guys. You've seen those guys.
Oh, yeah.
That's called cortisol belly.
Oh, really?
It can give you a little ring around your tummy.
Oh.
Ah! It's not fun because you can't get rid of it either. It sucks. And then you get these like Instagram influencers like, I made a tea to get rid of your cortisol belly. And now you got scabies. Like, it's like the weirdest.
Yeah, it is. It's like the buzzword on social media.
Cortisol. Get rid of your cortisol. I got a supplement you can buy away, but get rid of your cortisol.
Oh, nice.
It just takes a few vitamins.
The first time my wife woke me up, because she doesn't have these on a weekly basis, they probably happen like twice a year, but you're right, because I had no idea
it would be disturbing.
What the hell was going on. And you're right. I have to like physically like shake her, look her in the. She will look me in the face sometimes, still asleep.
Oh wow! Know if she's like with it or not.
She'll describe what is happening in her dream to me, looking me in the face.
That's like you're possessed.
It's very scary. There was one night she thought there was a spider in our bed, a deadly spider. And she's like, spider! And I'm like, there's no spider.
No, just a doofus. Doofus!
You know what's funny?
What?
Kimmy?
What's funny?
Tommy's wife could have night terrors every single night.
Why?
And he wouldn't know because you admitted you sleep through absolutely everything.
Yeah,
my wife will tell me some stuff like, my God, it stormed last night, or did you hear that?
Yeah.
That screech, or so I don't hear anything.
You're just dead to the world.
So when I go to sleep within 15 minutes, I'm out.
I'm so jealous.
And I don't budge till I get up in the morning.
Like, you don't have any racing thoughts at night, that keep you up occasionally.
I don't even get up to get like water or take a whiz.
Like, sometimes the smallest things will, like, it's something you watched didn't bother you enough to.
I also drink, and I drink coffee. I drink coffee into the afternoon and evening, cocktails.
Everybody hates you right now. Why do you keep talking?
I don't know.
Sleep like a baby.
I got a $10 million mansion and a 14-inch penis. What?
No stress to keep me up at night.
Like, if you halved my penis, not like physically, but like took it away, told me I could sleep 8 hours a night, not waking up, I would take that deal.
Let's get started.
No, I don't want you to cut my penis. What are you talking about? And how would you even guarantee me this sleep?
We'll get there.
Why would you want to cut my penis? So many questions.
Just for laughs.
Okay.
Just to see what happens.
I would have half a penis, I think.
No, I would chop the whole thing off. I'd take it right down to the wick.
What the hell is going on?
Nightmares.
Jesus Christ, man.
Now go to bed.
We come back, we wrap it
Picture
up.
me like Chucky at the end of your bed.
We tell you what we're doing tomorrow, and I keep my penis away from Tommy next during the break.
Well, that should always.
I'll see you. What's going to be a Rapperoo?
Ah, the old Thursday Rapperoo.
It's a Wednesday.
Wednesday Rapperoo.
It's a Wednesday. Tomorrow is a Thursday.
Hump Day Rapperoo.
So tomorrow being a Thursday, you know what that means.
Oh, we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
That's right.
Good luck.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also, I would like to talk about parenting.
Parenting?
Specifically, a move I made over the weekend, what I thought would be applauded by other parents.
Yeah.
Because you should never trust any teenager, ever.
Yeah, true.
Maybe you think you can trust your kid, but even if there are other teenagers coming over, you absolutely can't trust any of them.
They shifty.
Alcohol, one of the touch points there.
Oh, yeah.
Over the weekend, my 14-year-old daughter had a little end-of-year school sleepover with like 5 of her friends.
Yeah.
And I have a beer fridge
Yep.
that I keep well stocked for sporting events.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
I only knew 2 of these girls that were coming over, and I wanted to make sure everyone stayed safe. So I pulled a move, and I thought I was a genius.
Yeah.
And my ass has been getting lit up on social media.
You did one of the most old man things.
Yeah. Because if you went to this person's house as a kid, you would think parents are kind of strict, huh?
Cheap.
Why is that a bad thing? Cheap.
Cheap and strict.
Why am I cheap?
I don't want anybody getting this thing.
It has nothing to do with how much I spent on the beer.
But it kind of looks chintzy and
I don't
strict.
think cheap. I just think like a little controlling.
You would trust these kids?
I mean, I think that the length you went to prevent this.
What other option did I have?
Like if I saw this at somebody's house, not even knowing what was in this thing, I would think like you're not allowed into this in your parents' house.
What other option did I have?
There's other ways of doing it.
Okay. We'll get into that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here at the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who's got an old house and she likes her old house.
I do.
All right. For Tommy Muley, who doesn't have any house, but he's
likes
old.
it.
But he's bad dummy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.